I'm gonna which is. This is to be the morning, that's when they have.
Right, but you also
That's
don't.
when the Bible studies are, that's when the Bible year. It's just like, what do you like, it's before.
My daughter, who is SEAC.
She's not gonna be here.
I mean,
Sean's gonna be here.
and I just, he's going right. Yeah, she's right. Yeah, she's learning on the road. Yeah, spent so we had it. It's been fun to figure out. Bethany, there's two really play softball, but she's not supposed to give her yeah. But I get you.
On the phone. I'm sure we're good. Why do we have some?
Well, it's they have, it's hard to get them like this.
Something I take to board, we do leave them, but it's now. Basically, I have continued.
It has
So.
Love to hear that.
Yeah.
The little pieces on it. I mean, like, nobody.
I think you can get started.
And,
Okay, welcome everyone. We will call the meeting to order. First thing on the agenda is roll call, so he'll be for Scotland here. Autumn Blitz.
here.
Sydney Dringman. Jennifer Flores.
I heard it in the hall.
Oh. Where was that?
It's so vain.
Brandon Gay. Whitney George.
I'm here on Zoom.
Thank you. Lindsay Graff. Liz. Rebecca Helget.
It's gonna be late. She's doing spring bush.
Jennifer King.
Here on Zoom.
Dr. Lena Kistner.
Here.
Jennifer Kaczynski.
Here.
Jennifer Kerr. Dr. Jessica Lopez. Dr. Marvin Miller.
Here.
Bradley Miller.
Here.
Dr. Brooke Moore.
Here.
Dr. Troy Pitch.
He said, this morning and acted like he wasn't.
That's what I thought too. Charity Porter. Chris Ruffett. Sabrina Rischel. Rebecca Schultz. Dr. Sean Smith. Roxanne Zillinger. Here. Ex officio members, Luann Barron.
She's ill today.
Okay. Mike Burgess. Ashley Inns. Leslie Gerard. Melanie Haas. John Hardy.
Present.
Idalia Schumann. Okay. KSDE staff, Steve Backman. Trish Backman.
Present.
Joyce Broyles.
Present.
Stacy Clark.
Who's not here?
Brian Dempsey.
Here.
Dr. Krista Grimwood.
Here.
Bert Moore.
Present.
Alicia Nichols,
Present.
Carrie Rogers, Dean Zeitz.
Here.
Any other KSDE members?
And Carrie Hanks says she is here.
And Melanie Haas and Brandon Gay.
So Brandon Gay is,
Brandon Gay is on Zoom.
He's on Zoom.
And did you say Melanie Haas also?
Yes.
Okay.
And Helen Swanson is KSDE staff. You don't have to put that on.
she's new KSDE staff. Some Christy Waller.
Okay. All right.
Then you have to come.
And we have a quorum also. Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is approvals. First for the agenda. Do you have any changes to the agenda?
At 9:10, what we'll do, or I'm asking the board to do, is vote to approve a virtual school seat on SEAC, which will be like our gifted position. It will be a state position. I've contacted the Office of Special Ed Programs. We have to keep the charter school open as long as we have charter schools, and we have like 4 of them in the state. So that will remain open, but then we can add a virtual position. And I have talked to Robin Kelso, Dr. Kelso, about serving in that position because she represents virtual schools for our agents. And we feel like she will be a great benefit to provide information, and we have a lot of questions on virtual anyway. So the item would be to vote to approve a virtual school seat on the SEAC Council. Then a separate motion could be to add Dr. Robin Kelso into that position. But we have to have the position first.
Any other additions or changes to the agenda? Hearing none, I entertain a motion.
This is Brooke Morris, so moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
This is Autumn Goetz, I'll second.
It's been first and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none. Online, is there a poll?
Give me one. Launch.
Okay, and in the room? You approve, aye, thumbs up, whatever, opposed? Same sign? All right, motion passes. Then we need to look at the minutes for January 14th and 15th. Do we have any changes? Additions, subtractions to those minutes?
I'd just like to thank Alicia publicly because she takes a lot of time to do these minutes, and I know she loves it.
She's
Yeah.
But she does a great job, and I think we have a great opportunity here for some good minutes that really are thorough.
Are they supposed to be approving the annual report today?
We don't have to. Okay, we can approve it in June. I have it on the list. Because it's an item that comes up annually, it's something we've already presented to the board, and it's a presentation. We don't have to get them to approve it because it's already happened. So they accepted it. So as a board, we'll ask you to approve it at the next meeting, since we failed to get it on this agenda. Don't worry about it. Gives you an opportunity if you didn't get a chance to read the 18 pages, that you get caught up by the next opposition. Thank you for asking.
Any changes or additions, subtractions to the minutes? Hearing none, I entertain a motion.
This is Lena Kisner, and I make a motion to approve the minutes from the January 14th and 15th, 2025 SEAC.
This is Marvin Miller. I'll make a second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, there's a poll online, in the room, approve, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. Right on schedule right now, 9:10. This is where we made that shift. We are looking to possibly add a state membership for virtual schools. Any discussion on that?
I would just say that I think that's an important position for our SEAC council, given the growth that we have seen since COVID in students with disabilities enrolling in virtual schools, and then just generally the overall enrollment of virtual schools in Kansas.
Marvin Miller, I went to the virtual school meeting that Robin Kelso helped put on back in the Digital Learning Conference, that's what it was called. And just seeing the number of people there, the number of programs out there, it's something that we do need to be invested in. So I highly recommend that we go ahead and add this additional state position to our SEAC council.
Any other discussion? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to add the position.
This is Marvin Miller. I go ahead and move to add a state virtual school seat to our SEAC council.
This is Autumn.
Go ahead, Autumn.
Okay, this is Autumn votes, I second it.
Been first and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on to a vote. Do we have a poll for that or? can we-
I don't have a poll for the position, but I have a poll for the new member.
Okay, but we only have 2 voting members online?
Correct.
Okay,
Jennifer and Whitney.
yeah, so can we just do this verbally? So if you're in the room, and you vote to approve that motion, can I get an aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, online, again, we're voting to approve the position for the state membership for a virtual school. Whitney, I have your verbal vote.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Is it Brandon on there too? Brandon?
Oh, yeah, I guess there's. He said his audio wasn't working.
It says yay.
Okay, he said yes. And Jennifer King.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. Now that that position has been created, we do have a nomination for Robin Kelso to fill that seat. Do we have any discussion on that?
I think it makes sense with this being a new position on our council to have the first person to fill that to be a state level position. So I'm in support of Dr. Kelso's nomination.
Any other conversation on that? Okay, hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
This is Lena Kisner, and I make a motion that we appoint Dr. Robin Kelso to the vacant virtual school seat position on SEAC.
This is Autumn votes, I'll second it.
Then first and seconded, any discussion? Hearing none. We do have a poll online, correct?
Yes.
In the room, if you vote to approve, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Robin, and join the table.
There's room for me.
There's room right here, there's.
Right, this spot right here too.
All right.
Yay. Welcome.
Thank you all for the opportunity. Looking forward to working with y'all.
Ditto.
Okay, it is 9:15 and it is our portion for public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Did you receive anything, Joyce, online?
No.
Okay.
Okay, hearing none, can we also make a note to get Dr. Kelso name
Yes.
sent, please? Want her to be official. All right, next up, we have ESI presentation by Trish Beckman.
podium out if you choose.
I don't need the podium. I'm used to having something and clicking, so. I did win the Masters. I've been asked twice. We are a golf family and we watch that every year together. It is definitely a family event. So, are you gonna be, are you looking for me, Joyce? Oh, Alicia, okay, I just wanted to make sure I know what's going on. Okay, so when I was not here at the last appointment, we were talking about a bunch of different topics with the governor's behavioral health service planning. So I was really glad to hear the questions that you all brought up, and I'm happy to bring this back to you. Most of you know the definition of emergency safety intervention has not changed. Recently, Brian Dempsey, our assistant director, who oversees a lot of the legal, not interpretations, but the legal implications and implementation of when a statute comes into play, what that looks like at school. He and I have both been receiving a lot of emails, phone calls, and questions from the field on emergency safety interventions. That definition was fine-tuned, not totally changed, but fine-tuned in 2023. All of the guidance that we put on the KSDE website reflected that. It was all approved and vetted. And then at the beginning of this year, there were some concerns that were brought by our general counsel that maybe some interpretation of the law had happened on our end. And so all of our resources were taken down. Brian and I have met a few times recently, and a lot of what we feel we're getting questions from are, some of it is newer directors or some of our region people who are wondering where the guidance is, because when they have questions, they've always went to the guidance because that's what it's there for. And it's not currently on the website because it was asked to take down. So I will share with you, and I'm going to send it to Joyce and Alicia to send out to you. If you're not familiar with our TASM projects, it's our technical assistance network that we use like extensively for training on very specific topics. And our autism and tertiary behavior supports team, ATVS, I'll say that for the rest of it so I don't botch it. But Lee Stickle is the rock star who has definitely made sure that we have good definitions, good practices, good paperwork in place so that if an emergency safety intervention happens, we know as people in the field or people sitting at the state agency what to do. And so we went through this year fielding out, she put 6 modules together on the TASM website, and it's under the ATVS tab, and that's what I'm gonna send to Alicia and Joyce. So you guys will have the link. I've been trying to disseminate it. I have a school mental health website, and I have a listserv for school psychs and school social workers. And then Kent Reed has the listserv for school counselors. We've been sending it out. I know Joyce sent it out to school principals because ESI really is not a special ed topic, and we talk about that all the time, but we also sent it to special ed directors. So all the need to know people, we've sent the modules out, but I also know just because we sent out one email, that doesn't mean everybody read it or they knew what to do with it. So this is a really good opportunity for us to fine tune. So definition of purposeful isolation. That is what we are using, that's our definition for seclusion. So if you want to go to the next slide, I know Joyce, we just asked you to multitask because chat stuff popped up. So when we're talking about purposeful isolation, that's somebody that is separated intentionally because of behaviors to a place because we have had something that we thought was a risk of harm to themselves or another person. So we have the 2 different veins that come from emergency safety intervention, and it is restraint or seclusion. So these are the definitions from statute for seclusion. All right, Joyce, if you want to click on our next. Alicia's gonna, it's actually Alicia.
Oh, okay, sorry, I keep going to the wrong person. Okay, so when we talk about seclusion, there are 2 things that have to happen. And this is part of what they clarified in 2023 for the definition. Both of these have to happen. 1, they are purposefully isolated. 2, they are prevented from leaving. The student knows that if they leave, that there's possibly going to be something else that will involve engagement, not consequence, not punishment, like discipline, but physical possible engagement, okay?
Those are the two conditions for seclusion. Alicia? So when we look at the definitions and then we look at the statistics, these are the year-to-year totals of both seclusion and restraint combined together. Starting in 2020, we all know that that was a really low number because most of us were not in school half the year, or roughly half the year. Some people had started coming back. We had a lot of dysregulated kiddos. You'll see the ages of where ESI was occurring. Around 8 or 9 is typically our state trend, and it's actually also a national trend. National goes 8 to 10. In Kansas, we go 8 to 9 years old is when we usually see the highest dysregulation. In this year, it was more our 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. Some of the 3-year-olds who had never been in a sitting setting, like crisscross applesauce, spoons in the bowl, they were not being told that by mom, dad, whoever was working remotely at home, right? So when they come and they don't know why they have to do that or attend to detail, it's very difficult. And so people were like, oh, they're not listening, we must restrain them, or we must put them in seclusion. And we also had a lot of people who were brand new and maybe not fully trained because we were filling positions and not everybody was totally finished with their training. We know that that looked a little bit like this. So then the swing of the pendulum that we saw in 22, 23, it looked like, well, we got them all trained, everything got figured out because look at that. Well, we know there's statistics and then there's dirty statistics, right? That's kind of what this looks like here, because somewhere, somehow the message got out that you don't have to report it, or you can just call parents and let them come pick them up and send them home. Just don't restrain them. Let them stay in this area. We'll call parents. They're going to come in and get them and just take them home. So those are the things that we were having reported to us. But if you know, the other part of my hat over here is the discipline data collection. That should have been a discipline data collection issue now, because anytime a kid is picked up from the school because of a behavior, that counts as a day of OSS. So when we started seeing this and asking, we're like, okay, so we're doing interviews and we're talking to people out in the field, and we found out that was the story consistently across 286 districts. We're like, oh, we've had some misinformation. We need to do some more educating. If you're sending people home, that's an OSS day. So then what happened? Now we went to the total other reaction in 23-24 data. They were actually not sending them home, and we were actually doing a better job of accurately reporting if it was an emergency, which means harm to self or others, and we were restraining or secluding. So for me to present this to our State Board of Education, it deems a lot of explanation and conversation. It also—
And then if you wanted, you could always extend it with another recording. And I've seen you guys share this so many times. A more formal recording that's kind of like you're sitting there at your desktop saying, here's how you do it. If we wanted to do something like that, that might get at what the needs that have been expressed in this meeting are about. So just a thought.
Hey, Sean, you're on the ESI on your mic. Or SEAC, sorry, not ESI meeting.
Sean needs to mute his mic.
Yeah, sometimes we can do it on our end. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go on. If you wanna hit the next. Thank you. All right, okay, so this is the restraints versus the seclusion. And this is also the year to year. So here is our, I think my code went away. Here's 2020, 21, okay, 2021.
It's down below in that.
It's in this is what happened. I think it got blurred. 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24. So this is not the combined data. This is now pulled apart with restraint and then also seclusion. And you guys will have access to these slides if you want to look at the specifics. But the story that we just got done hearing is the numbers that are reflected here. But what I do want you to see is one thing that I feel schools have done a really good job working on is not using as much restraint. And so that is wonderful because it can be very traumatic for both the teacher, the kids who witness it, and the person who is being restrained. However, seclusion went higher than what we're typically used to, and none of these are typical years, but we usually run about 6,000 combined, and then 7,000, it's usually more seclusions. So to go to almost 12,000 was concerning. So we have been working a lot on what does seclusion mean, what does it not mean? And I think that's where Scott Gordon felt like we were interpreting for people. Alicia, if you can go to the next slide for me. So when we looked at the data from 23-24, we really feel like that data set was where we had the new definition, we have more training in place, and that's our baseline. So if we look at this year to year, this number right here is kiddos who have 504. This is our kiddos with an IEP. So this shows we still have a lot of work to do, because when I'm talking with people about ESIs, they forget that if they broke a fight up in PE class and they had to pull people apart, that has to be reported as a restraint. And if you put them in separate rooms, that can also possibly be a seclusion. And those pieces of getting reported by regular ed is still a work in progress, and we know that. So working with building principals, they are now doing a little bit, I've gotten a lot of calls from period one, and if you see the period one data from 2024-25, whether it be in our PRTFs, we have our TAP members who go out and do technical assistance visits to kind of hear the story. If you've got a state maximum, a lot of them that they have gone on visits for have been regular ed students this year. So we do see, this is not, in my opinion, a shift of the pendulum, but it's much more awareness and knowledge of what the definition is, what it's not. And then it applies accurately when we ask the principal to do this data submission, not the SPED director. They do often invite the special ed directors to the meetings, because do we need to be looking at a referral for maybe some testing, or maybe we look at a general ed intervention or a 504 plan. And so some schools, especially our smaller districts that are not having robust staffing, they do lean into a lot of the specialized knowledge of our SPED directors. And I keep pointing over here because you two are sitting here, so. All right, if we go to the next slide. Now, this is where ages restraints are usually a little bit older, where seclusion is younger. And this is one of my passion projects. If you've heard me talk about the back in 4 hours, I wrote it in all these IEPs about remove, regulate, reconnect with your adult, and then return, walk back in the room together. The remove part can be in a corner of a room. And when we redefined the seclusion piece, it can be in the classroom they're at. The days of restraining the kids, you can drag them all the way across the building to the seclusion room, that's not necessarily a thing anymore. We do have some specialized locations or kids that are in classrooms close to that because we know there's a need. But this is also where we have seen a lot of teachers knowing that you can do that seclusion right here because we don't want to cause more unanticipated trauma, and then we're removing the whole class. So we're always going to be having fine tuning and conversations about what is best practice and how do we have minutes of service in place when the whole entire class gets to be removed. And I also ask them, okay, if you're taking them all down to the library and they know they can't leave the library and nobody's giving them instruction, that kind of meets the definition of seclusion. So what are we doing? Is there a social skills lesson you have in your backpack? Or do you have some behind the counter in the library that we know if the classroom comes down here, we're going to work on this lesson? We've got to have plans in place. So a lot of it is skill training for the adults to make sure that we're putting appropriate services and settings in place. Alicia, if you go to the next one for me, please. And then this is the breakdown, and this is just 2020-21 breakdown based on ethnicity. So I know you all can't see that because I can barely see it and it's right in front of me. So this is our American Indian or Alaska Natives. This is our Asian population. Here is Black or African Americans. Here is our Hispanic or Latino. This is multi-ethnic. Down here is Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islanders. And then this is our white population. So all the different nationality or ethnicities are broken down. And so this kind of gives us the view of, are we doing this with equity? Is there more training that we need to be putting in place? This also has been traditionally an accurate representation of the population of our state in general. When we see that, and this is an area that we see, sometimes we had the issue in 259, and I work with Melissa Zammerman, and she has always given us permission to talk freely about what they've went through with the Department of Justice this year. They had been identified for girls who were Black that were being restrained multiple times, sometimes multiple times a day. So they did get the message, don't send them home, but it was not equitable because the population, if the population was 4% and we're saying it's at 12%, there's a discrepancy there and we need to look at what we can be doing better. And they have, if you have heard her talk about what they've done this year, it is beautiful. It is really amazing. They have really went and made a lot of amazing corrections there. So next slide, please. Okay, and then this is by gender. So here's restraint over here. Male, female. I'm not sure how much you guys can see all the way back here. And then seclusions, which we said are increasing because restraints have gone down, but we still are dealing with more male than female. There's a lot of justifications why that traditionally has been that way. But if you look at our data from this last year, remember we had almost 12,000 seclusions, 9,626 of them were male. And our population in Kansas, Krista, do you know this off the top of your head, or if you can look it up, I think it's like 51 to 49%. Does that sound pretty, or it's like that close? So this can be a discrepancy. And it is something schools that have looked at their personal data for their district are, some of them are identifying that and working on those numbers. Okay, next slide. So restraint totals for this fall. You know, ESI is the one data collection that we do 2 times a year. And when people call and they're the new MIS clerk or the new secretary entering that, they always ask, why? Why do we have to do this twice a year? And we say, if your house has a little kindling, we want to know so that we can come out and throw the fire blanket on it and help you with that level of support, as opposed to now we've went a whole entire year with all these things. I've got 2 teachers and a para that are resigning because we had a 4-call alarm and nobody came with even a fire extinguisher. So when we know that there is a hot situation, we want to come as soon as we can do that. So we measure it 2 times a year, and we, not me, we, I mean our technical assistance team that works through TASN. These are amazing people who have years of experience doing the work. And when they come in, they have so many great suggestions. They can look at the setting, help people fine tune. And sometimes it is inappropriate data collection or data reporting. So when that is the case and they can fine tune that issue, that is really a wonderful day. The average age for students receiving restraint is still 8. Which is nationally the trend. And then also the duration of restraint is 1 minute. So we run a chart each period that tells the maximum number of minutes of restraint or seclusion, maximum number of minutes, duration or frequency of restraint or seclusion. And based on those maximums, that's how we assign technical assistance. So when we know that the average is 1 minute, and we have a kiddo that's been reported for 212 minutes, and then I look at their calendar and they're only in school 222 minutes. So we know that they didn't send them home, which is, first victory. But then we go to, did this get accurately reported? Because sometimes that's part of the problem. But if it did get accurately reported, then that's when our TAP members come in and say, how can we fine tune this? What plans do you have in place? Was the plan worked? Did the plan get reworked after this event? And they do a lot of problem solving. So if you're looking at your data before you even turn it in at the reporting period and you have questions, call me or Brian or email Brian and I, and then we can connect you with the technical assistance people who can help you work through those things and even do the deep dive or root cause of what's going on with the behavior. All right.
Trish,
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. There's 98.24 males in Kansas to 100 females.
Yeah, very
So
good.
Basically what?
Yep, so that it's really close. So that should not be that big of a discrepancy when we see the data. Alicia, I think do I have one more slide?
That is the next slide.
That's the new slide.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, yes, so this is for seclusions. I was like, it looked the same because we're reporting same data, different area of the tree. So seclusions, we had 4,910 in the fall. And the maximum number of minutes, or not maximum, average number of minutes was 4. That means our kids that are getting up here and they need to have that level of separation because of emergency harm to themselves or another, they are learning regulation skills because that average of 4 minutes has not been our tradition. Getting kids re-regulated, sometimes it's because we can't co-regulate because the adults haven't been in situations or they haven't been trained. So I'm not happy that we have any, but the number coming down like 3 times lower, I think that is a huge improvement. We still have a ways to go. But I think that a lot of that is the training and also making sure that we're teaching the kids how to self-regulate. And then the average age again is 8. So we're still where those they're 8, they don't have all the skills built yet. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the averages or the total numbers for physical restraints for a student with an IEP. We had 4,324 seclusions of students with an IEP. We had 6,997 total ESIs.
What period are these totals over?
This right here is just our fall data now.
Okay.
Yes, no, thank you. That's a great question. Yes, ma'am.
Under seclusion, what about students who report and go to a safe room? Is that reported
No.
or not? Okay.
If I'm telling you I need to remove and I need to go to the calming corner or I need to practice my self-regulation skills and I'm working what might be on my behavior plan or might be on a general ed intervention or it might be something that you're working your plan. That is not, there's not the first question, the Qualtrics that we came up with. Scott says you can't break it, and he's pretty right. And sometimes I hate admitting when Scott's right. But the only thing I think we could have done on that we didn't do, the first question should have been, is this kid at risk of harming themselves or another person? Defining the emergency piece. And so that's where I say, see, and he goes, you always think you have to find one thing. And I'm like, well, I just want to make it better if we can. But if you go through that Qualtrics, which I think we're keeping that one secluded or okay, if not, we will have another, like we're switching to SurveyMonkey, but we will still have a tool for you. Going through that is very helpful. But if you still have team members, I always say, get your team together, everybody do it at your table, and then see if you guys all came up with the same answer. And if you didn't, then talk through how you got to different answers and then what you think you could fine tune. But that is really, it's been very beneficial to have that Qualtrics tool to run through that. All right, do you want me to read all this data for you? I think you guys will get the slides. I don't want to run us behind. Yeah. Okay, so I think that this is really, I'm always intrigued because the number of physical restraints with a behavior intervention plan, we write them. We do a really good job writing them. But when we write them in the moment of need. Needs change. You can have a behavior plan and a physical restraint can still be happening and be appropriate. But that means we may need to add something or take something away that isn't working anymore that we have in the behavior plan. This is an opportunity to take a look at our data and retool. So the number of students with a behavior intervention plan that were in seclusion was 514. And so then the number of students that had any kind of an ESI was 741. All right, next slide. So in the fall, the total number of students, not incidents, that had a restraint were 863 statewide. We have almost 500,000 students. And then the number of students that had seclusion is 793. That's fall of this school year. Those numbers are already way down from where they were last year. And we think the reporting is being done accurately. All right, next slide. That says Frank. So that means I'm ready for questions. If you guys have any questions.
I just have one comment. When you look at age 8, what grade level is that? Third grade. What happens to students between second and third grade? They're learning to read first and second grade. Reading to learn third grade. So you have to think in terms of academically, they're being more challenged. And is there any evidence to support that that is causing students to have behavior concerns or social emotional stress that results in them acting out?
We also have the emergence of state testing, that putting additional stressors on classroom teachers, on, you know what I mean, that's therefore impacting.
Well, now we have the Every Student Reads Act, that third grade, they're supposed to be benchmarking third grade exams. I just wonder when I look at that age 8, if there's something to do with that shift in the way that we approach learning for students in third grade.
I totally agree. If you have wonderings like that, send them to me, because I have like a little, I'm a dork, I have spreadsheets for everything. I love my spreadsheets. But I like to put all the wonderings on a spreadsheet and then look at the data and see if there's any correlation or if there's a causation that we could possibly be fine tuning. One thing we are hearing though, Bert, that I didn't mention, a lot of people are holding their kids out later before starting. And so 8 used to be second, third grade. Well, we've had some that have been retained because of after COVID effects. And then we have some people that they're in first grade. I mean, they did a half day preschool or half day kindergarten, no preschool, and 8 years old in first grade. And so there's a lot of different dynamics that go into that. What we do know is they don't have the skill and we're still helping them build it. And we're seeing after age 8, if you look at the 9-year-old data, it's way down, which means teachers are rocking it out there. They're building the skills. They're leaning into the Kansas Can competencies. We're teaching them all those skills that matter. So we're doing really good work. And that's what I always want people to take away from a topic like emergency safety interventions. Did you have a question?
Yeah, sometimes I feel a little out of the loop because I work, in my district, I work in our most restrictive environment. We're 100% special education, and we really strive to be very trauma informed. We see a lot of ESY or ESIs. So I guess my question is there direction from the state for teachers that maybe aren't in that kind of environment for, like you use the example of we've evacuated the classroom, so now those kids are in the library, maybe going through like that processing with students because it is very traumatic. I mean, even in our setting, kids that see something like that more often, there's still a lot of purpose and help and just kind of processing through that with them or talking about it or validating feelings or whatever, you know, needs to be done in the moment. So is that done by the district giving direction on that, or is there anything from the state saying, hey, this could be a helpful thing to do in those moments?
And as a state person that represents school mental health, we have very intentional evidence-based practices training through like our school mental health implementation. The SMHI through TASN, they will partner with the district not only to build the building, but the district and the community together, and they work on trauma responsive practices. We also have Lee Stickle who comes in and works with special populations of, are there 3 tiers of supports actually in place for any kid? Brad and I taught together at the juvenile correctional facility, and we used to say our MTSS is 3 levels of tier 3. And so does every school have something like that? So at an alternative setting, you're much more trauma responsive or even practicing restorative practices. And how are we undoing harm? Because when Johnny sits in a circle and they're talking about yesterday, I was really frustrated. It took me a long time to get back on task and I passed the stick. And then I hear everybody else say how that affected them. Well, it's changing and it's restoring harm and it's helping them all see it from different viewpoints. And it is something that we are collecting data on, and it does drive down these incidents. As a state, we cannot mandate or dictate what any district does because every district has local control. We have a list of evidence-based practices. We hope they engage in them and we will point them in that direction. Absolutely.
Website, and then they can provide direct support for whatever your question is.
Absolutely.
And if you have any other questions for Trish, then reach out to her. She's always open to work with the field, so don't feel like you're bothering her, because that's what she enjoys doing.
I think we have one more question, can we?
Yeah, I have an observation and a question. My name's Sydney. I'm here with DCF. I represent the foster care population. And so an observation that I want to make is that thank you very much for sharing this data, but the demographic information that you guys are seeing in those disparities, very, very similar to the demographic information we see in our most placement unstable young people. So our kids who are hopping around the most, who are more often referred for child behavior problems.
Yeah.
We're seeing the same disparity. So I'm curious, when you have a restraint or a seclusion, is there ever any, are there services that are prompted or like ways you work with families? If you see a child is experiencing behavioral difficulties, is having restraints and seclusions even with a plan, is there anything that's prompted there?
In the statute, there's very specific guidance that if something happens that day, we will be calling and letting the parent know, hey, we did have this happen, and they get a report. It's within 24, so sometimes it's like, if it happened at 2:45, it will be by the end of that next school day, they get something written, and then they always are, there's a statement at the bottom, they are always encouraged. Reach out to the school if you want to meet and discuss building a plan. So I can send you that information, and you just made me remember. We also have a youth crossover model project that I've been part of, and it's DCF and avoiding justice involvement, or kids who are starting, because sometimes when this is happening at school, it's happening at home and they don't have the resources and they call local law enforcement. So if you're facing those, I can get that information to Alicia and Joyce, and we can send that information out for your training too.
Thank you.
All right, absolutely.
Okay, as we, thank you for all those comments, and Trish, thank you for that information. As we transition to Frank Harwood and legislative discussions, Sydney, you are welcome to join us at the table. You are part of this group up here, so we have your name tag and everything. Yeah, so come on up, and Frank, then you are also up on the agenda, so.
Oh, can I ask one more quick question?
Oh, sure, Mike, go ahead.
Sorry, I was waiting for a pause. Will this new report be published sometime soon? I was excited to hear the data.
Do you want me to answer that? Absolutely. Mike, this is Trish. And we usually report it at the end of the year and not just the period 1 or period 2. We get the whole year. And that is something that is published.
Okay, so
I may need to-
what's the typical lag then? Yeah, because I've went and looked and I found the 2023 data. I have not found any 2024 data.
Yeah, that won't be finalized and then published till about December of 2025 for this school year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, Frank, you're up.
All right, so I'm Frank Harwood, I'm Deputy Commissioner for Fiscal and Administrative Services. So part of my job is working with the legislature. So I'm gonna kind of go through this. I talked to Bert this morning and he said, go through the long form of this, because I feel like I've been talking about this for 4 months. So I'm gonna go through a lot of things that you may not, go pretty quickly because the things I don't think are as pertinent to special education. Happy to stop on any of those and I'll kind of go back to some of the ones that I think are more pertinent. So just real quick, the legislature adjourned on April 11th after 89 days. They usually go 90 days, 87, 85, all those are pretty typical. The big difference is that they finished about a month, about a month early because they compressed everything. And so for anybody who was trying to keep up, that would, you understand that. One of the interesting things is they left before the consensus estimates were done. And so if you listened last Friday, basically they said by the consensus revenue estimates are that by 2029, the state will be about $750 million in the hole. They currently have almost $3 billion in assets. So tax cuts and spending are an issue. Remember, they cut taxes on purpose because they have this big balance. And if you have a big balance, you need to spend more or take in less. You're doing a little bit of both. It's just that before you get to 2029, you're gonna have to do something differently. And so you have to be thinking about, is the current legislature more likely to cut spending or increase revenues? So that'll be the question that's coming up. So I'm gonna start with, these are bills that passed and are effective when they were published in the register, which means they'll be a law before July 1. Everything else is when it's published in the statute book, which is typically July 1. So one is about Greeley County, it's about bond issues, so kind of skip over that one pretty quick. This one is about anti-Semitism. It's really aimed more at colleges. It's a response to pro-Palestinian demonstrations last year. So again, we just felt districts don't be anti-Semitic and you're fine. The big difference is now the Attorney General can come in and have a civil cause of action without any complaint. So that's the big difference. Next one is 114. This one applies to students that are either homeschool or private school or virtual school students that live in a district but don't attend the district, can participate in extracurricular activities. This just says that they can also do the ancillary things like pep rallies and that kind of stuff. I'll talk about the budget more in a bit. That's what that one is. Unless you're doing motorcycle drivers education, you don't care about that one. House Bill, Senate Bill 35. I talked to superintendents a lot about this one because this was the only property tax bill. And I'll talk a little bit about the 20 mil levy. This one is important, especially for the Kansas School for the Deaf and the Kansas School for the Blind. It eliminates the 1.5 mil statewide state institutions levy, which for the state school for the deaf and the school for the blind works a little bit like capital outlay. So they have said they're going to use state general fund for those things in the future, and there's a balance in there a little bit. But if you ever have a dedicated tax levy for something that now is gone, and they said, oh yeah, we'll take care of you, you always worry about what that's going to look like in the future. They remember that promise for a couple of years, and then it's easy to forget. So that's something that is going to impact the school for the deaf and the school for the blind in the future. Just going to make sure they don't forget. It's a long ways away. It was working really well. Now it's all of a sudden decided not to.
You need to press the button.
Alicia, can you go ahead and go forward there?
Yep.
Yeah. Senate Bill 45 is about graduation rates. So if a student transfers to a non-accredited school, they would no longer be counted in with the cohort for accreditation. Now, this gets into the whole thing about, well, isn't it the state board that's supposed to do accreditation, the legislature? Well, that'll be a thing. The other part is that if a student comes in credit deficient in high school, then they won't count towards a cohort. The bad thing with that for special education would be, is if you have a special education students, when they are mobile, sometimes also are not accumulating credits. And now nobody's counting them in their graduation rate. That's something we just have to make sure that we're aware of, that that's still important, that we're helping that student move towards graduation, even if it's not there. Now, the regular 4-year cohort will still be reported because that's required by federal regulation. And that's what will be on the report card. So the secondary one only gets used for accreditation, not for anything else. Look, it's working again. 2022, this is a bond issue bill that you can't have, you can only have bond issues on three different dates, March, August, and November. 2069 is about school psychologists. So if you're worried about that, the interesting, this should make it easier to hire out-of-state school psychologists, kind of like with the Teacher Compact, we've got school psychologists in. You could recruit out-of-state people that are finishing their program, because Kansas allows for them to get paid during their second year of, I don't remember, so it's a practicum and then an internship, I think is what it's called. Kansas allows them to get paid. A lot of states don't do that. So you could use that for recruiting for out-of-state folks if you wanted to.
That's a quick question.
Yeah.
On 2022, what was the previous law?
So at that point, you could have a bond, you could have a special election pretty much any time, as long as you have to be at least 45 days away from a regular election. So we've had bond elections almost every month.
I mean, because we have one
Yeah.
like right now, so I was like, wait a
Right,
minute,
so
what's going on?
this one doesn't go into effect until
So
July 1.
Right.
So starting July 1, you can only have bond elections in August, November, and March.
I just didn't know previously.
No, so yeah, so it's going, that's why this is important that it's July 1 instead of impact of the register. All right. Next is 2134. This one is about this open records, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on that. It actually, one thing it does is clarifies what you can charge. It has to be the actual cost. You have to give an itemized thing. That part was some cleanup. There are some things about the public meetings. If you live stream a public meeting, you have to live stream the whole thing. We have a lot of municipalities, school districts and cities both that are not live streaming public comment for a variety of reasons. Starting July 1, that would not be legal. You can choose not to live stream it at all. But if you do, you have to do everything. The other one that we're gonna try to get KASB to provide more information about is that COMA applies to a quorum of a subcommittee. So if the board has a subcommittee, so I use the state board's policy committee, which has 3 people. So if 2 people are there, that's a quorum of the subcommittee, which makes it subject to open meetings. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's the way I read it, so I'm working with some lawyers, work at that, so expect KSB to come out with some guidance on that one, because we don't get things. All right, these are the bills that were vetoed by the governor. So the first one was 2033. What this did is that the Phillips Early Learning Center would be put on the at-risk list where you could spend money on it. The state board actually approved for them to be on the list. And then they went ahead and passed the bill anyway, and the governor vetoed it, and they overrode the veto. You don't know why, it doesn't do anything, but it happened. The next one was about, this was actually about school districts, or actually any municipality could not get involved in a lawsuit on a contingency basis. So that's what if the attorney only gets paid if you win, that's a contingency basis. So school boards couldn't do that without the Attorney General's permission. It got vetoed, so it didn't get overridden, so that's not a big one. Oops, I'll go back. This one is actually going to be a little bit more important, and it's going to be interesting how it impacts special education population. A school district that teaches human growth and development, sexuality, and a couple other things has to show a 3-minute video that is either a high quality animation or actual ultrasound. The original bill was 6 lines long. It has no clarification to it whatsoever. I mean, we have standards for human growth and development that start in kindergarten. We're gonna try to work on some things. The state board, or KSDE is not actually involved in this. This is something that's a requirement of school districts. We're gonna try to provide some reasonable guidance so that you can decide how to move forward with that. The other part is about state board pay. State board now can pay themselves anything they want. They just actually have to do it with less money than they had last year. So we'll talk about that more in a minute too. Waiting action by the governor. This one is I think this is supposed to be signed on Thursday. It's creates the Office of Early Childhood. So what that's going to do is that early childhood is in about 5 different agencies. One of them is KSDE, DCF, KDHE. So a lot of those things will go under the Office of Early Childhood. Now, there were a lot of negotiations went into this. Some were probably good, some maybe not so good. So we'll see how that goes. For KSDE, the only program that will leave KSDE is Parents as Teachers. All of the special education and at-risk preschool programs would stay, along with the special education required services that you have to do actually birth through 21. Hopefully it'll actually help with some things around child find, because now you'll have kind of one overarching group working together. So it could kind of bring some things together to make it easier that way. See what happens. Nothing changes for 25, 26. That's the planning year. It actually goes into effect for 26, 27. The difference will be, as the state board just approved Parents as Teachers grants, those will be approved by the Office of Early Childhood Board for 26, 27. So that'll change going forward.
But the birth to 2 special ed stays under KDHE, or it's coming over to KSDE?
So if it's with KDHE, it may be going, then we'll go to KSDE, it'll go to the Office of Early Childhood. So I don't know for sure about that one, but a school district's responsibility under IDEA would not change, my understanding. We'll just have to see how the organizations that we work with kind of do with that. The idea is to streamline things through one place instead of having all kinds of places.
You have more time, so take your time.
I'm getting through it pretty quick. All right. The other one is about the budget. So originally, on the second to the last day of the legislative session, so in the veto session, they had not yet reauthorized the 20 million state levy. And without that, there would have been about a $750 million hole in the state budget, which means we would have got to that 2029 would have come much sooner. We could only done a couple of years with that. They reauthorized it, and surprisingly, they reauthorized it with only things that kind of helped, as opposed to throwing a bunch of other stuff in that probably would have gotten vetoed and they had to come back for a special session. So good news. So one of the things for school districts, I think it would also be for, now you don't have taxing entities, so it wouldn't matter. But used to be if you were not exceeding the revenue neutral rate, you had to have your budgets in by August 25th. August 25th is now gone. So all school districts have to have their budgets to the county clerk by October 1st, have to be to KSDE by September 20th. So now all districts will be on the same timeline versus whether or not you were exceeding revenue neutral. Interestingly, if you don't turn in a budget to the county clerk will now just authorize the levies that you had to collect the money you had last year. Kind of a good thing if you forget to do something. And actually, if somebody protests the budget you put in, you could still always go back to last year's and not have this thing where you can't collect any taxes. That's actually a positive thing. And then the revenue neutral rate, there are some changes to the form, so you can expect that when you get one in the mail. And the state is going to continue to pay for that. Was supposed to in 2023 that each taxing subdivision would have to be that prorated cost. State's going to continue to pay for it. All right, so now we're kind of getting into the budget. There was a lot of conversation about current year funding being cut. So safe and secure schools, professional development, all of this was on the list of we're not funding it in the current year, which meant the $5 million in safe and secure schools that we already sent out, they're going to have districts send back. But professional development and mentor teachers that districts are submitting now, they just wouldn't have gotten it. They will get it this year. Next year, however, they won't. So the only thing that survived into next year is CTE transportation. Everything else is eliminated, and the rationale was, on the next slide, you're going to see that there's about $208 million going into the base. Districts can afford to pay for that themselves. The interesting thing with this is that the motion that Senator Erickson used to do this said we're going to fully fund Gannon. Well, Gannon is done, so I don't know what that means. But professional development and mentor teacher funding was specifically mentioned as part of Gannon, so not even really doing that. But we'll see how that plays out. This other one that's up here, the important part about this was it was going to be funded out of the CPIU increase. So there was going to be a base increase. And then we're going to have to take $2.20 back out to pay for AEDs and AED and CPR training stuff. That got vetoed and did not get overridden. Other things that were in there, so consensus estimates, that's what is based on inflation. I'll talk more about that one in special ed in a minute. KSD did get $184,500 for 2 FTE to help us implement the at-risk accountability plans. They're actually passed last year, which go into effect in 26-27. A couple other things that are in there, not as important to this group probably. I'll come back. There's $10 million for the Attorney General to do a 2-year thing on AI gun detection software. That's where the safe and secure schools money went. Added language so that we should do something about structured literacy and scientific reading, which the board's been doing since 2018. Think about foreign exchange students, it doesn't make any difference. So one of the things that will come up, and this gets interesting, is that last year when they passed Senate Bill 387, we have to start calculating excess costs at the district level for special education. And we did that. And we sent that out in May. And it didn't matter because we just had to do it. Well, when we sent it to the legislature, they said, well, where's the percentage? I said, well, you never divide by anything, so you can't have a percentage. If you just read the bill, that's what happens. They didn't like that. So now we have to add a percentage. But this gets really confusing with the local contributions, state aid, and all those kind of things. So we're thinking about time. We have to do this before we can make a payment in October. So you'll get it sometime before October. It won't have any meaning because we don't use it for anything else other than we have to report it. But it will be one of those things where this district gets 150% of its excess costs, and this district only gets 42%. It's a meaningless number because it treats different districts so differently. So in a co-op, the law says that we redistribute all of the costs back to districts on using the co-op distribution, but not the federal aid. So co-ops and interlocals get credit for the costs, but don't get credit for the revenues. So that's gonna throw things off a bit versus a standalone, which actually gets money. But if you're a really small district and you have the low enrollment weighting, that really bumps up the amount of money that you're getting from the special education students that get brought out. So it's inequitable, so that's why we're not using it. And it just gets used poorly. So we're gonna try to figure out a way to communicate it so that it can mitigate some of that.
That'll be the problem, is for them to understand.
I said it, you didn't.
Yes, and it kind of depends on, do you want to understand it or do you just want to be able to say things? So that's why a percentage is easier than just these really big numbers that were kind of there before. And then KSDE gets a 1.5% lapse. And so that means in our operating funds, so we get, they add 184,000 to what we got this year, and we get that next year. There's also a 2.5% increase for a state employee across the board, so that's in there. And then we have to take out a 1.5% after they give it to us. So unlike most districts where you cut the budget going in, they actually send the money and then take it back. So that's an interesting way to do things. Other budgeting information. So for the base. So in November, we said the base for 25-26 would be 5611 based on inflationary estimates. So I've been saying all year, expect it to be lower because it was lower this year than what it was in November before, because it's based on a 3-year inflation average, and inflation had been going down. Well, since November, inflation has come in higher than estimated. So it's not going to be less than 5611. It'll probably be a little bit higher. We have to wait until it's this estimating group, and then we'll let everybody know what it is. It's going to be pretty close, but a little bit higher. Special education. So $10 million got added to the state general fund contribution to special education. That will be distributed through the local contribution state aid, because it still says that categorical aid will be $528 million, not anymore. Okay, so anything new has to go to this other one. So as opposed to distributing $73 million, we'll have $83 million to distribute through that model. So we'll be sending out some estimates. The problem with that estimate is $10 million, which is actually when you look at categorical aid, will go down by $2.5 million because there was $2.5 million of federal funds that didn't carry forward. So the net increase is $7.5 million. Okay, that's 1.2% of the $610 million that was SGF, but it's only 0.6% of the $1.3 billion that is special education expenses. So when you look at, you're going to get a 1 point, or somewhere depending on the federal funds, about a 0.6% increase. That's not keeping up with increased costs. The other problem is that when it's only it's only $10 million put into the local contribution state aid. I will say that when we came up with that, we were kind of expecting we were on this 5-year path of getting to 92%. So the problem will be is that because all special education funding is relative to what other districts do, there will be districts that actually get less special education funding next year than they did this year, and others will get more. Because this is one of those things where it's a zero-sum game. We have exactly $611 million of state aid to distribute. And if somebody else gets more, then somebody else gets less. So that's one of the reasons why we've talked about that we will calculate on prior year expenses only. So not the difference with this is there's a difference in our mind between expenses and expenditures. So if somebody is prepaying for next year, that's a next year's expense, even if it was a this year's expenditure. Because we had some districts saying, well, we're gonna prepay our assessment so that we'll get more of the local contribution state aid. And my response is, why are you stealing from your neighbors? And we're gonna put this spreadsheet out that says exactly how much everybody gets. And it'll be pretty obvious who's getting more and who's getting less. Now, there are legitimate situations where especially small districts vary significantly based on their expenses. And so that you're gonna see some of that, but we're gonna try to track down when we get those. The problem with that is that we can't do that until October because we need final expenses. And so we calculate it in November and we pay it out in January. So it is gonna be difficult for districts to estimate what they're gonna get. And what we've been saying is, I would say estimate 0 increase in special education funding and hope it's a little bit better than that, but it could be worse. So that's a lot of good news. All right, so we'll move on to some good news. And so special teacher reimbursement. So in 23-24, we said expect 30,800 and it was 31,670. So this year we said, well, it's only 2.5 million more going into categorical aid. So you should expect what you expected last time because transportation costs will go up and so you'll actually get less. So only about in January we're saying, you know, really it's probably gonna be closer to 30,500, 30,600. The good news is we're now expecting about 31,000 and that's because the personnel reports had fewer in them, which probably means you can't hire people. So the good news is you'll get more because you can't hire the people you need. Okay. However, going forward, again, there's $2.5 million less going into that. So we're trying to figure out what the estimated is, but we're probably headed back down towards 30,800 if you even keep it that high, because you are gonna have higher transportation costs and all those kinds of things. So that's in there. So some miscellaneous things, education funding task force is going on. Bert and I are non-voting members of that. We get to talk at least.
Well, you do.
You could, they just don't stop me. One of the things that will probably be talked about, one I think we know we'll talk about is special education funding formula. So we looked at other states and one of the things that people want to look at are some other models, mostly those models that are more student-based than expense-based. And so there are some decent ones out there. Some are you fund students by exceptionality or by groups of exceptionality based on how much time it is. So if I'm the state, the downside of that is, well, I just expect the districts to lie about the exceptionality to get more money. So we'll see where that goes. The other one is that it can be based on the time out of the classroom, which is a little bit more expense-based, but typically states have something like a student that is out of the classroom 100% of the time, or 80 to 100% of the time, or 60 to 80, and some gradient down through there. And you get that. I mean, that's information that we currently collect anyway, and then you base that on. The problem with that is that you can move to a model like that, and those models are not bad. But when you do it, somebody gets more and somebody gets less, and so the transition can be difficult. So just something to think about. Just so you know on that one, so the idea is that we'll have a draft by January of 2026, which can be shared to get feedback during the 26th legislative session, get reworked during the summer of 2026, and then the final report is in 2027, January. Legislative post audit, they've got a couple of different things. One of them, they're going to do an audit on the access controls for district finance software. So it's whether or not people get in there and controls whatever they want, and then I think that's what it's for. We'll see what that is. And then the last one is just a reminder, and this is actually very true for special education as well. It is really important that we have deadlines coming up, that we get the information on time, because for things like special teacher reimbursement, we can't figure that out until we get information from every district. And if we did, and you didn't get yours in, we're just gonna say, well, you didn't have any teachers, so evidently you don't get any money. And then you complain about that. If we do that, say, we have to go back and figure out how to take it from everybody else. So please, I know that the end of the year is busy, but making sure that information gets in on time doesn't just impact your district, it actually impacts everybody. So, and that is, I started late, so really I'm only 12 minutes over.
You did a great job.
There's a lot of information fast, but I greatly appreciate that. Any questions real quick for Frank?
I would just say we're very lucky to have him because the way it flows off his tongue,
Yeah.
he knows what he's talking about. And that makes a difference for credibility.
I sound like I know what I'm talking about. That makes a difference.
Well, he figures it out if he needs to, so we appreciate
I
it.
did figure out a lot about categorically. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Next up, we have Bert, and if we have time after that, let's do it. I don't know how long.
Let's
Go
take
break
a
before.
now.
Okay.
Let's give everybody time to get a cinnamon roll and a sandwich, so we have none left. And bathroom break down the hall, ladies is down to the right. And down to the left. And we'll be back in 10 minutes, because I'll do 5 minutes and we can cover things if we have time.
We'll be back in 10.
This isn't real, but this place doesn't even exist. It's not a real place of the evolving coast. The AI is trying to figure out what the evolving coast looks like. These people walking around us don't exist. They've never existed. This fortress doesn't exist. The nice house with cliffs and so on exist. Now, this is getting the AI video side of things. Things that it's taking about 3 years. We will be in a position where there will be
There you go.
Oh, well, now we're green. Okay, so how many of you remember last September when you met with the Office of Special Ed Programs folk and they had Q&A with you? Anybody remember that? Well, they told us it'd be 120 days and we would get a report. And so 120 days would have been the end of December, first part of January, and here we are in April. And we're no closer to getting a report because the DOJ fired all of the general counsel that worked for OSEP. And the general counsel had to review our report before OSEP could release it. So when we talked to our representatives, they basically told us they don't know when we'll get a report, but they want us to continue to work as if we have some knowledge. And we have a couple of things that Brian and the team are working on to try and bring up to date so that we're doing some follow-up and we'll meet with our facilitator for most of this week. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about was we got our state performance plan annual performance report back for verification. This is where we look at those 17 indicators that you saw in the minutes from January that we had extensively shared with you. And they added the 18th one, which is looking at compliance and how we addressed compliance for anyone who had not met compliance. They have a year to come into compliance. And we had to verify that they had come into compliance and that we knew that the students were now receiving a FAPE in the LRE and their IEPs were being implemented with fidelity. So that was the only thing that we have a question on from verification, was to ensure that we could verify those things. So Brian and our TA providers have been working together with Terry and a couple of other folks, Terry Day, on getting verification completed because we have to submit it by the 24th, which is Thursday. So our TA providers have given us input and we have some ideas on what we're going to share. I also want to remind you of the June SEAC meeting. It will be the Tuesday, I believe, Joyce, it's on the 24th. And it will be in the morning and we'll have a half-day meeting. Lunch will be provided. You can attend the conference. You go to work with Joyce, she'll send information out on how to register for the conference. And then you also will have your reimbursement form so that if you have overnight charges or you have any costs, then you can submit those for reimbursement. And that will be June 24th, and then the 25th and 26th will be the actual June Leadership Conference. We have a great agenda, great opportunity for some professional development that we think everybody's going to really get some great information from this year. That was pretty much it, other than PASM 4.0, the Technical Assistance System Network. Those projects are renewed every 5 years. And by the graciousness of our state board, they did approve us to go ahead and have those grants for another 5 years, projects, if you will. And we're in the process right now of finalizing and determining which vendor will get each project. So you'll be hearing more about that at a later time, but that should be information that has been put out to the field, will be available probably within a month. Everyone's going to know if their project was funded or not. And those that were funded, then we'll work with them on how they need to move forward for the next iteration of the TASM projects. And that's really my brief update that I wanted to provide. I mean, I could go on all day, but you'd get bored and tired and fall asleep, and Mitch will be here before then. So I'm gonna let Dean and Stacy, I guess, are gonna provide the KYTN Kansas Youth Transition Network update. I think we mentioned it in January, but you're gonna get a little more information, so.
All right, thank you, Bert. I don't think so, okay, yeah, so we don't have a PowerPoint, but we can stand up and we'll, that way you can see it. So. Hey, everyone, we'll come up here, so. I'm actually doing you a favor, Stacey, this way we're off camera. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, Dean Zeitz, I'm one of the assistant directors on the Special Education and Title Services team, and
I'm Stacy Martin, and I'm the coordinator. work with the KYT and Pathways of Partnership grant, and also I had the opportunity to work on our secondary transition for the agency.
So as Bert mentioned, we just want to provide a little bit of an update on, we're not going to do all things transition, it just says transition on the agenda. We're not doing all things transition today, but we do want to give a little bit of an update on the Kansas Youth Transition Network project. That's the 5-year grant that Kansas received to help with the coordination of secondary transition services across multiple entities, really throughout the support structure for students that are transitioning to secondary secondary education. And so I'm going to let Stacy talk a lot more about the detail of all this, because she is since early 2024, or mid 2024, she's been our the coordinator who's actually been overseeing all this work. But this is really a unique project because it coordinates the work across our centers for independent living, our pilot sites and specific school districts, which are just now starting to get stood up, and which will be done in a way that is replicable, so that we hope that other districts will look at what's done and start to implement some of these things too, because we're all about this project being something that is sustainable and scalable, such that doesn't require a big investment by different districts or others to replicate this. It's more about developing those best practices, processes, so that others can start to adapt that and improve that coordination across all of our different providers. But with that, Stacy, I'll let Stacy provide a little bit of an update on kind of where we are with implementation. Yeah.
So one of the things that I have to remind myself, this is a model demonstration project. So nothing like this has ever happened before. So there's really no asking, what did you do before? It's all creation as we go along. There's a lot of moving pieces and parts that we continue to work on. I just wanted to highlight three things really, is that we are in the process of hiring a full-time coordinator through this grant that will be basically boots on the ground, that will be supporting the Centers for Independent Living across Kansas, and also rehabilitation services and the transition councils and the community teams. And so they will be not only helping support them, but also helping support the grant in general, and also doing coordination, setting up meetings, listening tours. So it's a lot of opportunities for this new person that will, we're currently in the midst of reviewing applications, and we're hoping that we can hire someone by the first part of May. So the other thing is that we're very fortunate in continuing to develop our transition website that we talked about last time. I keep reminding myself that it takes time to do something really good. And so we're really fortunate to have DRC be a partner in developing our website. We've had a lot of rich discussions. And I think it's really going to be cool once we figure out all what we want to do, but we're really taking our time because we want to do it right. And it will be a statewide. It's not going to be one and done. And we hope that this will be something that everybody in Kansas can use.
What do you think about this? And I'm going to do just a little bit more on the website piece, because that is something and we're lucky we have Mike Burgess, who with DRC, and who is actually one of the ones who's really helping to lead that piece. The website is going to be one of the earliest, I would say, one of the earliest deliverables that's going to be probably visible to everyone in this room and throughout the state, where LEAs will start being able to access it and utilize it fairly soon, and it will continue to build. But it serves a few different purposes. It is one, an entry point where information is being shared about these best practices and materials, resources that are being developed in these different pilot sites across the state, as we are launching these, as these local councils are being stood up. But it's also gonna be a repository for both parents and families as well as providers to connect and get resources. And so Mike and the team at DRC have been really helpful in, I think, in being a thought partner with the steering committee at large for the Youth Transition Network, and kind of thinking through how might we structure that so that, you know, when it'll be a single website, but the landing, the entry point for families and parents, or families and students, is gonna look, and kind of the door and where you go from there looks different, we think, from what it's gonna look like for providers or for, you know, SILs or LAs, you know, that wanna connect with other professional services. So we're trying to be very intentional to make it a really meaningful, useful resource that folks are gonna be able to utilize. And again, it gets back to that too, doing all this in a way that is sustainable after the fiscal resources go away in 5 years, right? That this is something that is done in a way that is sustainable. And I don't know, and I definitely don't want to put you on the spot, Mike, but if there's anything at all that you want to share, you're welcome to. And if not, that's fine. But I do anticipate that that's going to be something that I don't know if by June we probably at least have some of the mock-up stuff to share with this group, and then certainly by the early fall, the full website, we would have more to share as well.
What is a SIL?
Oh, what is a SIL? CIO, that's a good
It's
question.
Centers for Independent Living. Thank you for the acronym
Yeah.
explanation. Really bad
And how,
about
what's their role in this project?
So their role is to provide their core services to go into schools, districts in the pilot site to enhance work with students with disabilities on anything that would help with them transitioning post high school. So it's an extra support that's for free that a teacher or transition coordinator may not have time to do, but there's that extra support to have for that youth to support them through that process.
And just out of curiosity, because I'm, especially with this group, I'm sorry, curious. How many, especially prior to today, how many of you are familiar with what the SILs, the Centers for Independent Living, are or what they do? Yeah, okay. And I see just a few hands and a couple of those are kind of wobbly. And that is exactly why this project exists. Centers for Independent Living are not a new thing. But even for folks like Stacy's been doing this for a while. Bert's been doing this for a while. I've not been doing nearly as long, but been in this world for quite a while too. And the Centers for Independent Living, which are also federally funded and have been around for a long time to support individuals with disabilities and support transition, they are sufficiently removed. They've never really been plugged into the local education agencies in the way they really probably should be. They do work with local education agencies already, but not with the kind of hand in glove that it needs to be, let alone, you know, with us. They interact more with like voc rehab and some of those projects, but that's part of what's kind of come out through this opportunity is coordinating all of this work. And some of it is just making those connections between the Kansas Department of Education and VR and the SILs, and there are multiple SILs throughout the state. So that coordination is huge.
What is VR's role?
In this project specifically?
Yeah, in this project.
They are part of the steering committee, and I should be both rehab as well as pre-ETs and KDETs generally. They are part of the steering committee and one of the key partners in the project. And so they're actively participating in so like with those local councils in supporting that. So some of the nuance of that is still you know how they support you know is being figured out, but they are active partners in this.
So another big piece in this grant is my transition, my career is through the Kansas University Centers for Disabilities. About 4 years ago, they had a pilot project where they supported local communities to develop transition councils, community teams, so that locally they could do resource mapping to find out what is available within their community. And also it's coordination and collaboration and having different partners at the table to talk about and how we can support our youth in that community. Because a youth that lives in western Kansas has different needs than a youth that lives in a metropolitan area like in Kansas City. So it's really important to have those local resources in there. That has been developed in part of this through the pilot sites. They just in Manhattan just started a community team. Dodge City, they have their, which is a pilot site. They're having their first transition council meeting. So things are slowly evolving and working, developing for that. So that's a really key part. One of the things I really want to highlight is Wyandotte County, the Independent Inc., the Centers for Independent Living, has really been outreach in that community. They've been part of a service provider panel as the professional development days in the school district. So think about it, USD 500, big school district, pulling together all these service providers and having a panel. So one panel was for middle and high school, and they just had one for early childhood and elementary. And this sounds like it's going to be an ongoing relationship with USD 500. So that partnership has really been developed and strengthened. So really kind of excited about that. Any questions about that? I have a couple other non-grant updates.
So I just wonder, within this grant, is there opportunity to also work with the districts and their CTE programs? Because we have a considerable underrepresentation of kids with disabilities in CTE programs, and even just getting, you know, to the table of how can we make those programs more accessible, because we ought to have students with disabilities coming out with some of these certifications, which will then help with the workforce and their transition in post-secondary. So I just wonder, is there any kind of connection with CTE?
Not at this point, but Perkins 5 is a grant through CTE that really specifies that they must spend a certain amount of money on special populations, which includes students with disabilities. And the National Technical Assistance Center on Transition Collaborative in TAC-C, that's one of their focuses is CTE also. So that's always on the forefront. We just haven't figured out how to coordinate that all together yet, but very valid point. That's really important to get the kids access to the CTE program.
I was gonna ask about transition coordinators. I know we've talked, some districts have them, some co-ops do, many places don't. And that's one of the keys to making all this, some of this work. Is there talk about, I know this grant runs out in 5 years, but is there any way to keep some of this glue together? Have we figured out strategies on how to develop those transition coordinators or something like that?
So I've made that first step, is trying to find information from the special ed directors on who in their district or buildings are representing as the transition contact within your building. And so that was the first step. Haven't gotten beyond that, but I needed to know who was out there and names and that type of thing. So there's still some information that's still blank, so follow up with the directors to get a name. Sometimes if the teacher, it all depends on where you were at in the state and what district, but that's the first step. The second step is, my thought was to do like a community of practice, to have all those transition people come together, talk about what do they want to talk about, what are the issues that they're facing, and that type of thing. So that's still in the planning stages for that.
I mean, not that I want to, commit another organization, but Greenbush has done a really nice job of putting together forums for different groups. And they're going to put together a gifted one for next year. But you're talking community of practice, they already have the platform. Maybe there's a partnership out there.
Okay, great.
Rebecca held it. I don't know if she's on.
Okay.
I like to give her more work.
Okay. One thing.
We're happy to give her work.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I did mention the intact C. Unfortunately, we got some sad news that as in the September, they will no longer be a national TA center. Their grant has run out. And so we're all trying to figure out how we're all gonna survive. Because they do help support here in Kansas, our Kansas Transition Coordinating Council. They also have been really supportive in our Kansas Capacity Building Institute transition councils in doing that. So I just wanted, if you haven't heard, as far as the end of September, they will no longer be in existence unless something happens, and always hoping for a miracle. The other thing I wanted to do is kind of put a plug in for our transition, our conference in June. We're gonna have a transition breakout, predictors for post-school success. And we are very fortunate here in Kansas to have some really experts in transition. And Valerie Mazzotti will be presenting. And she's done a lot of research, and this will talk about pre-K through post-secondary. So I just want to put a plug in for that. That's going to be a breakout session at the leaders.
And maybe one more thing I'll just add too is that, so Stacy mentioned that one of the national centers that supports this work in transition more generally across the nation, NTAC, that their contract is not being renewed at this time by the U.S. Department of Education. But want to make sure we're really clear, especially for folks that aren't in the weeds on this, that while they are a really, really wonderful support, they are not, that doesn't impact whether or not this work continues, that transition project. And in particular, this multi-year project that actually started in October of 2023, and we're now that first year, that first 2024 year was really just the planning year. We're now in the pilot year, and the pilot sites are just starting to be piloted. That project, that 5-year project, was fully funded in one forward funded grant award. So it's unusual from a lot of the others where like some other projects that have to be re-upped each year. This one does not. So at this point, there's been no, even though there has been a lot of changes with the U.S. Department of Ed, none of that has altered the resources for this project.
Any questions? If you do have questions you think about later, please give me an email or phone call. I'd be glad to talk that through. I'm always passionate about talking about secondary transition, so I may keep you on the phone longer than what you anticipated. So, anyway, thank you.
Hey, this is Mike, and sorry, I'm a little behind on trying to figure out where best to interject, but a couple of things just to add a little bit to the discussion that both Dean and Stacy said. One of the really neat things is, as far as CTE and looking at better career goals and better outcomes, one of the unique things about SILs is that they have to have a majority of the people are persons with disabilities. So as you look at the staff and the work they're doing, you have individuals with disabilities successfully coming in and mentoring, and that just changes the landscape. Rather than someone coming in and saying, oh yeah, you can do this, you have somebody who's a mentor coming in and saying, oh yeah, you can do this. And so that kind of, we've seen that be a game changer in other settings. And I hope more organizations take that kind of SIL philosophy of hiring people with disabilities. Because I think that has a big possibility of significantly impacting those career goals and career options for students with disabilities. So, and then the other thing, kind of to Marvin's question, as we look at kind of the website again, I think we're hopefully going to get not only the resource that in the work that Stacy's talking about, but have a resource for those transition coordinators to go to and get connected with councils and get connected with their peers and get connected to other great resources that are out there but kind of hidden today. And so just wanted to throw those two little pieces in to kind of round out the discussion. But exciting work happening.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda, we have Brian Dempsey with Yoda.
Safe evening, Scotty.
We have Dempsey Brian.
Need something between
Then we'll stay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here to talk to you and give you your update on SPPAPR. This is the first meeting, I don't have to do that, but Bert teased you up for the June update. And I don't remember if he mentioned, we also had a point matrix and we received 100% of our points. So I want to echo Bert's thanks to the team and Carrie for her leadership over the years. And that each one of you and your roles have contributed to that success of the SPPAPR because it helps improve the outcomes. So thank you. I'm here today to talk to you about your youth outcome driven accountability. Next slide, Alicia. Frank apparently gets his own clicker. I thought that was.
He brought his own clicker. I didn't provide it. He brought his own.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's all over the place. Yoda, why do we do it? It's youth outcome driven accountability. It started in, under this format in approximately 2015. It's when there was a we emphasize outcomes more than compliance, so we still do compliance monitoring. The conversation shifted at that point in addition to compliance to look at student outcomes and how can we improve outcomes. And this is cross-cutting across our team federal programs. So it's early childhood, special education, and other services. So you'll see some, when we get to what we look at and what we review currently, some title components and early childhood components along with special education component. It also, at that time, they went from, the federal government went from the Office of Management Budget, OMB. They had circulars that talked about federal grants and how to do it. The most common was OMB A133, or something like that. And they switched to the Uniform Grant Guidelines. So these are federal regulations that address all federal funds and work with funding. And one of the things that's required in the UGB or UG is risk-based assessment of subrecipients receiving federal grants, which are so what we use it to do is to fulfill that responsibility. It's also a way to look at programs that receive federal. Am I not speaking loud enough?
We can hardly hear you back there, Brian.
Okay, you can't hear me?
No.
I'll try to speak up.
What?
So, the UGG requires the risk assessment of subrecipients who receive federal grant monies. That's the districts for the most part. So we do that annually, and there's a couple categories they want you to look at. But for the most part, it's not prescriptive as to how, just that you have to do it. So that's where Yoda kind of comes from. And it's a way to look at the dissemination of those federal grants and that we're optimizing them or the subrecipients are using them and we're generating positive outcomes. And if we're not, what can we help with those systems to improve outcomes or look at a different way of doing it? So that's really it in a nutshell. Alicia, next one. So what it is the risk assessment. I talked about this for the most part, but what it is not is compliance monitoring. It's risk assessment. Sydney's probably more familiar with it than I am. It's what they do with families. It's assessing the risk. There's always risk in a system. So what I try to describe it as is it's looking at the health of your system and whether it's a healthy system and what is the risk within that system. Is that something you need some help and support with, or are you okay to move forward? And if not, then we'll offer some assistance to help you look at that. Next slide. The rubric, here's what we look at. Okay, we developed a list of risks over the years that we look at, and we do two things. We give it, we assign a risk level, a 1, 2, 3, and then we assign a weighting to the score of 1 through 3, with 1 being the lowest, 3 being the most impactful. And then we run the data through that, get a score for each district. We do each district, no matter the size, and then rank them according to their scores. So what we look at, Alicia, next slide. This is really small. Can't hear or see. The not bolded really talks about what we've assigned as a risk value and how we define the weightings. But really, I'm just going to tell you what we look at right now. The graduation rate, chronic absenteeism, state assessment participation, state assessment results, the levels of determinations. Every year we do levels of determinations for every district, meets requirements, needs assistance, needs intervention. Early childhood, the least restrictive environments, so their placement. Early childhood outcomes. New personnel, new programs. This is in the UGG, where it may be a positive move to have a new program or new personnel, but that's still a change, right? We all have to adapt to change. Newer changing systems, same concept. The single audits that are related to the federal programs that we're looking at, any outcomes there. Timely reporting of data. Monitoring findings, so any findings that we've made. Timely correction of those findings. Complaints and due process, so our dispute resolution program. And non-public schools. So does a district have non-public schools that they have to offer services for? And we look at this through the lens of really the ESEA, so the title program and services they offer. Those are the categories we've consistently had over the last, well, since I've been here. And these are prescribed by the UGG. These are categories that teams come up with. We review it every year, review the weightings, the risk assessment. Okay, if we run all that, then what do we do with all that? Okay, next slide, Alicia. We take all this information and it goes up to Yoda. We evaluate it. We identify districts. We look at some other things. Are we working with them already? What are we working with them with? What assistance are they getting? Who else is in there? And then we can move down the list. So if you score high as a district, but we already have MTSS, KLN, other supports and services, we might move to the next district. And then it's all, we work with the district to look for improvement and improve those outcomes for students. Okay. What we historically have done is looked at the top percentage.
What percent is that?
It depends, it's not prescribed. So Lena that's a good question. We have X percentage because it really wasn't prescribed. It's like looking for a cutoff score. Where's that natural cutoff score? So what percentage is that? And then who's at the top? And then again, going through that evaluation. So historically we did that. I told you we took all districts, ranked them, didn't matter what size they were, and then took either the top 5, 10, 15, depending on the year, depending on our capacity, depending on where our natural break was, and what the needs of those districts are. We notify the district superintendent because it's not a special education determination, it's a federal program determination. So we notify the superintendent and invite that superintendent to meet with us so we can explain at that point what YODA is, what the expectations are, and how we're going to move forward over the school year. This usually occurs at the beginning of a school year, August, September. The meeting to work with the superintendent is usually early October. And then we go through that school year to work on improvement for that district and with that district.
So you say invitation, but to be clear, this isn't optional if you're invited, correct?
Right.
Okay.
There's no RSVP.
No, I decline.
We invite you and we'll see you on
Yeah,
this day.
got it, okay.
Next slide. Alicia. Engagement. Friendly terms. So
Here is coming.
what we with the districts on in engagement is working with them on get 4 to 6 people together that might be some of the areas that are that you're really popping on your numbers. That some people that know your data, know that program, that might be affected. People that have the ability to commit resources, make decisions. But it's not just top. You might want to include teachers, families, community, and have them come in, but don't get it too big. And then varying lengths of service or familiarity with your district. Sometimes new people are good to have on that team. They might bring new, fresh ideas. And then I already talked about this. Engagement goes through the school year. This all is what we've done historically. This slide is pretty consistent with what we do. This last year, we tried something a little bit different. Alicia, can you go to the next slide? I think yeah. So here's where we're at now. Last year internally, so all of this has been done internally with data that exists. We don't use data districts don't have. It's their data. So sometimes when the superintendent it isn't happy with the identification, that's what we point out. This is your data that we've used to come up with this. But it's also, we realized, even though all the data is that something the district has, it's public knowledge, if they don't know how we're looking at it, it is kind of a surprise maybe to them. So we started talking about how can we better keep districts up to date. So the districts we identify to work with get their data. We didn't provide the data to other districts. So they might have known a little bit about YODA, kind of what it was, but we didn't put it together for them and give it to them every year. So if they weren't identified as a district to work with, they really didn't know how it looked like through this lens. So what we talked about last year, a couple of things. When you look at just the top 5 or 10 districts every year, who do you think we're capturing? A couple big districts consistently, small districts once in a while would make the list, medium size, maybe. But then the conversation was, are we really looking at all types of districts? So we started talking about different ways to look at it. So the categories have stayed the same, the risk and the weighting have stayed the same. But last year we quartiled it. We quartiled into district size. And then we ran the data and took the top districts in each quartile. So we picked 4 districts, that was our capacity. And that was a pilot year to see how that went. And it went pretty well. So there's, and then I think in one of the quartiles, we were really working with the top district in other areas. We went to the next lower district. Chronic absenteeism after the pandemic is up. So that was an area all the districts focused on. So we provided TA and worked with districts over the school year. Each conducted their own root cause analysis. This is all separate. We don't bring them together. And it was real interesting to see those root causes. They were pretty similar, even when you look at different geography regions, sizes, they came down pretty similar in what their root causes were and how they addressed it. So we think that worked well. The other thing we started talking about is why don't we provide districts their data through this lens? They already have their data, but we all have so much data. You don't know how we're looking at it. You don't know how you can look at your system. So how can we work together? So we are working to provide all districts their data. This isn't public data to be posted. It's all public data, but we're not posting YODA. We will provide Lena and her superintendent their data for them to work on. So if they're not identified or if any of her districts aren't identified, they know where they are. So we've been getting feedback. We presented to KC this winter, got some feedback in one of our special education quarterlies we did. I think LCP quarterlies are presenting it as well to get input from districts on what they like and what they want. They kind of like where we're at, and you get a score sheet, you see what your scores are for each category, and what your high categories, we break out the data, we disaggregate it for you, so we can see where your issues are. The other thing, is in your quartile, so the feedback has been, districts kind of want to know, well, where am I? You know, if I'm going to score you, you want to know where you sit with your neighbors. So we left that off, but the feedback was they really want to see where they are. Not names necessarily, but how am I ranking with everybody? What are the average scores of everybody else? Are you here because I was 1 point higher than my neighbor, or am I way off? So I think that's something we're looking at, and this summer we're finalizing the last data points to get ready to roll that out. But that's kind of where we are at this point with Yoda. Any questions?
I just have a curiosity about those main reasons for the absenteeism being. Like you said, that a lot of them were similar across districts, like kids were having chronic absenteeism.
It was interesting to me because everybody knows my background is not education, I'm an attorney, but I think most of the districts came up with tying it to the curriculum. And Robin's nodding her head, so it makes sense to her. It doesn't make sense to me. For the educators, they might understand that, but I did not. But they all did their own independent root cause. We spent, I think, a good part of the day with each district doing that. So I think the feedback is they like the quartiling, they like the process. So I think this year we're talking about doing that again. And then this year we'll roll out. So last year we didn't provide all the districts with their data. That'll be this year.
Any other questions for Brian?
Just a comment. One of our concerns is that we don't want to rank order these because the wrong people will take this information and use it against agencies. So we want it to be individual for that agency to see how they're performing on the outcomes that we have described and provided. And then somewhere or other give them an average of how similar size groups have done. So you have state information, similar size, you have your information. So if you rank high, let's say in 5 different areas, does that mean you're bad? Not necessarily, but it could. You could be very high compared to your peer group. But of those 5, then how do you decide how to conduct a root cause and to decide what you're going to work on? Because we all know you can't work on everything at once. So I found with Wichita, when I worked with them on Yoda, when I was hired in 2019, the one thing they thought was causing a lot of the angst for behavior, discipline, low participation, low performance was absenteeism. With 35% absenteeism, when you're not in the seat, you're missing information you need for the next day and the next day. So you get these gaps in foundational skills, and then you start to act out or you start to do other things because you don't know. And then teachers are trying to catch kids up. They've got all these levels, they've got ELLs, whatever. So it's an idea that they thought would work, and it did, because they were on the list for us and they got off that list because they took a really concerted effort to address it. So that's what we want for districts to see. This is what the data is telling us about the outcomes and your riskness for how you're using your federal dollars. And then gives you some self-correction opportunity, because currently we don't do that. Because we don't give you your data, you don't know where you are unless you're in that top group, and then you get a letter or a phone call that says, hey, knock on doors, guess what? And then you're like, what? So, because we had one do that. And one didn't participate until the end of the year, and the others jumped on board and worked hard and showed progress. So that's what we're here to do, is provide that technical assistance to systems so that they can use us to support the work that they're trying to do at the district level once they can do an alignment of where am I high? Because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, we're good.
That reminds me, I was thinking this morning, and there was one more thing I wanted to say, and Bert's comment reminded me. So some of the feedback has been really good. So I told you all 4 districts picked chronic absenteeism because it's a problem across the state. So the feedback from directors has been good because they're bringing up areas that we hadn't thought about. And then also might drive to what is different in you're unique in this area. And then so the converse of that is because sometimes every year when we're going through this, we say, well, so-and-so scored high in chronic absenteeism, and somebody else will say, yeah, but everybody did. So it's on us then internally to have the conversation, what are we doing as an agency, not just federal programs, but just agency-wide, because that is a problem. So how can we focus on a different area for maybe Yoda, for what districts really do need the appropriate attention? Because if we're just working on 4 districts for chronic absenteeism, that doesn't help the other 282 necessarily. So it helps us have that internal conversation, maybe refocus us. Other questions?
No, I echo your concerns about any kind of rankings and publishing those and, you know, how those could be misinterpreted to be evaluatory of the superintendent or, you know, other aspects of the district's performance. And I wonder if, you know, if you're kind of reporting in quartiles or cohort kind of a thing, could we just provide some statistics like average or range or, you know, something like that, and then you can make your own judgment. Are you above or below the mean, you know, for your quartile? Because I agree, those rankings, while handy for you, can easily, I think, be used negatively for the districts.
That's why we had low, medium, low for each area, and it didn't have a number. And then if we were to drill down with you individually, we could provide you more data. But to put it out to the public, we don't want it to be, that's why we have not put it out. Because we're fearful that certain people will use it for the wrong reasons.
Right. Well,
That's
and
not our intention.
And I think it's gonna end up getting out because I can just see a well-intentioned individual say, hey, I'm gonna share this with my Board of Education. And then all of a sudden it's out in the public, and then all of a sudden there's a Quora request for Yoda for everybody.
It's one of our concerns, and that's why we haven't done it yet.
Anything else for Brian or Bert? Okay, it looks like lunch is about set up. And so we'll just break for lunch here a little early. That way you can use the restroom, get your drinks ready, and then get your food, and then we will reconvene after lunch. All right.
Let me think all day. That's cool.
That's right.
I have his email.
Yeah, I have his name down.
Shy.
Yeah.
I turned it on. Yeah, we have.
That was the highlight. We've got
Yeah, Airmail's pretty good.
I know, right?
I'm sorry, right, how you doing? How are you? It's good. Bye-bye. Long form, so you're-
That's still, yeah, you're still.
Work with it, yeah. On a daily basis.
How do you like?
On our side.
Sure. Yeah, I've been asked.
Nobody's here.
I've seen it. Fix that. Have a good day. Yeah, yeah.
Was somebody. I'm missing out.
This year is.
I may not be a company.
You're fine.
Down the job.
Make a call.
I mean, you can't even. Right, when you got that many.
Oh, yeah.
So at the learning objectives, I'm a former special education teacher, and so I always like for my students to know what they are to be learning as a result of the presentation.
State the objective.
State the objective, exactly. So in this case, we are going to hopefully be able to define and apply a virtual learning technology. There are some nuanced words and definitions that I think sometimes are used, and maybe we use them incorrectly, or how we see it versus how they're actually defined. Defining free appropriate public education with the context of a virtual setting. Identifying potential legally problematic issues. So we don't like to use this aggressive saying that's illegal. It could be legally problematic, right? Within the virtual setting placement as it relates to special education, and then mitigation strategies, ways of thinking and solution ideas when contemplating a virtual setting placement with a student with disabilities. All right, key terms. As you can see, virtual school. A virtual school in this context is simply a public school that offers virtual classes. So it's still in Kansas, it's still tied to a district. They're not on their own. So the LEA, the district that is associated with that virtual school, is responsible for that student. Virtual classes, again, this is, self-explanatory in the sense that separated by possible time zones, obviously physical location, that sort of thing. Virtual classrooms is the actual space in the cloud, right? That takes up. Online learning, again, a broad term. Instruction, content, skill acquisition are conducted primarily over the internet. Digital learning, again, you've got an instructional practice that uses technology to enhance what a teacher is already teaching, or what the student's supposed to be learning. Blended is exactly what the word states. It's a blend of in-person and virtual. Remote learning is receiving faith outside of the physical brick and mortar structure. This can include all of those previous definitions that we discussed. That can be considered remote learning. And then the virtual learning environment is the actual interface that provides the virtual instruction. So that's your software, hardware, however that is being delivered to students. Oh, went too fast, sorry. Okay, I always like to use this visual representation for faith. Faith as, did I touch that?
No.
Okay. As it relates to special education related service, public expense, it is under the public supervision and direction. I don't want to read this all to you, but it does have to be what they call an appropriate preschool, elementary school, or secondary. And it has to be in conformity with the student's IEP. So the individualized education plan. So in other words, if the student has an IEP and the district has an obligation to carry out faith, because that was determined to level the playing field of the students without disabilities with the students with disabilities. Any questions?
Nope, sorry, because I messed with it.
Oh, no, you're
There you
okay.
go.
I'm just like, I didn't know where I'm supposed to be pointing here.
You pointed back there.
I pointed back there?
That's what brings you.
Okay.
But it only worked half the time.
Okay. So, oh, point there. Okay.
Try it, see if it works.
It did. All right.
That's why it worked half the time.
Okay. So, faith in virtual schools. Basically, the bottom line is faith has to be offered, provided, rather it be in a brick and mortar setting or in a virtual setting. As you can see, IDEA is very, specific and explicit that it does not matter where this child is attending school. Rather it be in brick and mortar, rather it be in a virtual setting, but FAPE is applies with equal force regardless. So it doesn't alleviate a district from any of their responsibility or obligation for providing. There are citations here, legal citations, if you are interested in reading, excuse me, not legal citations, colleague letters from OSAP that they have written regarding this, and this offers guidance. Again, guidance is not law, but it is, shared with the intention of being in compliance with the law. 504 entitled 2, you can't discriminate on the basis. So a lot of the allegations and sometimes questions that we receive regarding enrollment as students with a disability into the virtual setting, you really want to be careful and make sure that your enrollment process is non-discriminatory. There was a lot of questions surrounding, well, we want to know as a virtual school if a child needs special education. How do we prepare or provide those services if we are unaware at the time of enrollment that the child receives or has an IEP? Well, there's nothing that says you can't ask that, right? Because in brick and mortar settings, we often fill out, does your child, have an IEP, things like that. The problem is, in this instance, is that you kind of open yourself up for discriminatory practices, because if the child is, say, denied of attending the virtual school, and then the parent makes the allegation, well, you denied my child attendance because you asked before we even enrolled, do they have an IEP? So it's okay to ask that information, just make sure you do it after you've accepted the child in. That makes sense?
After you what? Say it again.
After the child has already been accepted and enrolled.
Thank you.
Of course. So we did some restriction examples of how it looks. And again, these are just examples, hypotheticals. Restricting how special education services are provided will almost be discriminatory, always be discriminatory, unless the restriction is necessary for the school to achieve its goals or mission. So an appropriate restriction example is, we will not provide a paraprofessional because the evaluation data does not indicate your child needs access to a paraprofessional to benefit from his curriculum. Versus, we will not provide a paraprofessional because our school cannot provide paraeducators in virtual settings. Do you see the difference? So we'll just leave that there. And then I was trying to see the last, yeah, it basically is saying the same thing. However you deliver instruction or however this is carried out, the FAPE obligation remains the same, free appropriate public education. Okay. These are some considerations for districts and for IEP teams. And you want to make sure that you are speaking to child find laws. So each district has an obligation to find students that have possible disabilities or exceptionalities that would benefit from either an evaluation or, the special education services. So how do you find students like that that would possibly benefit if you were in a virtual setting? So making sure that your policies, practices, and procedures are encompassing of child find laws. Appropriateness. This is a big one. And I don't know, Brian, if it's where you want to naturally speak about the virtual setting appropriateness, the parents unilaterally deciding versus district placement.
You can speak to that.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot. I just didn't know if this was a natural.
Yeah, you go ahead.
He says you're doing great.
Yeah. I know. Well, okay, so I'm gonna do, if I mess it up, just, that's your fault. So you had your chance. So appropriateness, as we know, not all students would either benefit or is it appropriate for them to be placed in a virtual setting. With that said, parents have also made unilateral decisions on their own without the IEP team consideration that they want their child to attend a virtual school. When that happens, the district, what we have seen where the error lies, is the district will often comply with the parental request, and then they will adjust their IEPs to reflect what the parent unilaterally decided. Do we see where this is going? Do we see how this could be a problem? Because essentially what they're now saying is that this IEP that we said was our offer of faith for the district, just kidding. Just kidding. We can do it over here in the virtual setting and you get like half of, you know, what is offered, because they look different, right? The delivery model. So we have been discussing, and with other, you know, input from districts and things, what is the percentage of students that attend in the virtual setting? What is the percentage of students that are placed by parent request unilaterally versus districts that feel this is the best option for this child, and that is to attend in the virtual school? So that's on our appropriateness, and we're wanting to look in that data because I think that that's pretty significant to know, like what's going on here. And then accessibility. Is this accessible to the student? So you're looking at internet issues. You're looking at equipment. All of that would need to be provided to that student at public expense because that is how they are reaching or connecting with the general education curriculum and their special education services. Least restrictive, this brought up a bunch of, and we'll get into it, but this brought up a bunch of moans and groans in the virtual conference. And we don't think of it as, you know, in the least restrictive environment, but you think of when you have a child that's placed in special education, there's a continuum, right, of placements. You have from least restrictive with their peers all day, you know, that sort of thing, to homebound services. And that's where you're, you know, obviously medically fragile, those types of situations. Oftentimes, our students that are receiving virtual education, what is their location receiving? Home. They're at home. So they're away from their peers. They're away from that interaction oftentimes. That's not to say it doesn't happen. That's not to say that's not what's best for the student. When we're just speaking about LRE, think of it in those terms. And it really does make you stop and think, wow, they are completely isolated by themselves without peers. And then adapting the IEP, excuse me. Can this IEP be appropriately adapted to a virtual setting without materially impacting education benefit? So we have also seen where schools sometimes err is they will have the IEP and they think that that immediately or exactly transfers over to the virtual setting. So for example, if a student receives 150 minutes of support in English language arts, they are putting 150 minutes of support in the virtual setting. Well, it's not the same. You don't have the same transitions. You don't have the same number of students that you're working with, the same number of teachers. So it should look different. And this is more into the child find. You can, I won't get too deep into that. If you have something that you would like to read, additionally, I believe this is provided on the website. But reliance upon parental referral should never be the primary vehicle for satisfying the IDEA's child find obligation. So making sure that your school is actively you know, making sure that you are screening those students or finding those students within your catchment area. Again, this is more case law on appropriateness. So if you want to get into, we're now seeing enough time has lapsed. There wasn't a lot of case law to even read about regarding appropriateness in a virtual setting because we hadn't had any cases that had been ruled on yet. So these are case law regarding that. And each team obviously should make its own determination for that individualized student. Accessibility, this again speaks to this. Office of Civil Rights is released new accessibility rules. And you know, the LEA is responsible for ensuring the following is accessible to the students, and that's the web content, mobile apps, maintaining that equipment. What is the process and procedure if something happens to it? How long is the student gone without said equipment? Are you looking at comp services because of that? All of those questions. Again, we have, speak to that. I kind of summarized everything together so that we didn't have to go individually right by slide. But you want to make sure that students with disabilities that are attending virtual schools that are given the same amount or substantially similar opportunities to engage with their peers, even in a virtual setting. So what does that look like? How is that being accomplished? Some people do a hybrid model where the students come in a day a week to brick and mortar. Some students, they have subgroups that they interact on specific current events or topics. It looks different for each district. This again, adapting the IEP. You can read into this. How much time do I have?
It was over 5 minutes ago.
Oh, gosh.
I'm
okay.
just kidding, I'm just kidding. You have time, go on.
Okay, I was like, oh, gosh, I know. I get a little windy over there.
Plenty of time.
Okay. So anyway, adapting the IEP, again, it's speaking to access to the internet, age appropriateness. I know many of us saw this during COVID. A lot of districts had that question. I know I came from a district that was in a large setting and they had to have school buses with routers to go. So what does that look like? And that we're not discriminating a student's, access to internet. District of residents provide services if necessary, the use of telehealth and other online tools for remote service delivery. Again, if the parent has elected to have, virtual setting, that looks different when you're delivering your auxiliary providers, such as your occupational therapist, speech therapist, PT. And then ensuring when appropriate, the child's IEP articulates a path to eventual in-person reintegration. This one was the whoa. Because some parents have said, well, I don't want my child to ever go back to the virtual setting. But remembering that least restrictive environment piece, we should always be working the child back to with their peers, with their same age peers. So making sure that you have that is being spoken to because it's a continuum. All right, challenges and opportunities. As we know, virtual platform has opened up a lot of doors for students and families regarding flexibility of when they can, is it synchronous, asynchronous? They can have more freedom to do, field trips with their, those types of things. But some of the challenges, again, is accessing technology, specializing the instruction when you in focusing on the lack of, you don't want to have degradation of the service. So how can you still make it high quality instruction without sacrificing quality? And creating engaging interactive environments. I don't know how many times when I was teaching on Zoom, I'm like, Bueller, nobody would respond. And it would be the same kids that when I was teaching in person, they were bouncing out of their seats to engage. So, being cognizant of, and I'm still like that as an adult, I don't like to talk about things if I don't have to, right? So making sure it's engagement, and then social emotional isolation, watching out, how are we screening for that? So you have a student that is essentially homebound. what are they presenting, any type of indication that there's sadness going on, that they're missing friends? How can we make sure and speak to that? And then the opportunities obviously are the flexibility that I spoke to and the equity. So children aren't, especially if you've got, I know some students have been, like where I live, rodeo. They participate in competitive rodeo. Well, that live or, Olympic trial type stuff. And those engagements are very time consuming and don't typically go along with what a traditional school calendar and time look like. So it does create an opportunity for students to be in both. These are some of the common, what we had looked at, common disability exceptionalities and how we look at those. And as you can see, challenges of having a student that has ADHD, you've got some executive functioning stuff going on. How are we keeping them organized when we don't have eyes on them, 7 hours a day? And then possible solutions that can be shared that are, within a virtual setting. So timers, allocating for movement breaks, even in a virtual setting. Clear schedules and sticking to those schedules. And then having your deadlines be a little bit more flexible with students in a virtual setting because their life obviously is looking different. It's not a traditional 8 to 5. Autism, again, challenges, you have that adapting to online interactions with students that might already struggle in social situations and managing sensory activities. It's very hard to perceive that in a virtual setting versus in person. And then, obviously increasing the social isolation that we keep speaking to. But as with, any student or child that you're working with autism as their exceptionality, it's just best practice, right? Having those predictable routines, clear communication with both the student and the parent, and then creating those opportunities for social groups and for those interactions for students that struggle most often with that. I won't keep reading these to you. You can obviously look at these again, but these are just some possible challenges that come up and some solutions that you can work through. I know visual impairments and specific learning disabilities, one's very, very niche and one's very, very broad, as is our, students. So they have all types of needs. All right, I'm not going to do this. This was obviously part of this presentation. But if you're thinking, like, what are some potential challenges or opportunities within your own district? And if you would like a chance to visit with me or Brian or, somebody else from KSDE, we would love to hear that because we do, I collect these like in a repository of things that we haven't thought of that districts, are dealing with and have questions. All right, so bottom line is that what does the IEP team recommend so that the student can access general education curriculum at their grade level, participation with their peers in their least restrictive environment, and be provided FAPE as required by IDEA? And as you can see, that is not any different than the questions we should be answering at a brick and mortar IEP. So there's not a difference in this. It just might look different in its delivery. All right, questions?
So I think one of the big issues is, so this is a unilateral decision of the parents. Let's say it's a virtual school in their home district, but there's absolutely no way. I mean, this is a nonverbal child who was in a life skills program. Parent got mad at the teacher and says, I'm enrolling them in the virtual school. What is the district's option? Or, because There's no way to do any of those things for a child who can't even attend, visually to their field of vision or respond, we're working with switches and things like that. So, I mean, those are the kind of things I think that districts are starting to see as well. There's just absolutely no way that can be in a virtual setting.
And I would say that's a problem. Because if it's offered to general education students, and if it's offered to students with disabilities, we can't discriminate on the severity of the disability because that means the district would have to put more in place to make it accessible.
So we can't deny it, but can we not at least PWN stating that or due process, I mean, we have to.
They're saying if the school disagrees that this is an appropriate placement, but the parent has acted unilaterally, we can't, the district can't deny it, but what recourse do they have?
Due process. I mean, wouldn't you at least provide a PWN of what your favorite offering was?
What I've told and I may be completely wrong, and obviously y'all can correct me, is that use that IEP team. Okay, the parents unilaterally, nobody thinks this is a good idea, but we're gonna gather the IEP team and we're gonna put the IEP in place. And then you progress monitor probably more than you would like to. And when that student starts to struggle, you reconvene. Your IEP team might have to meet 5 or 6 times. And yes, I know that's a lot of time and resources, but it may be your only way to document your way out of this placement. Or not really, that's not quite what I mean, but to demonstrate the setting is not appropriate.
Even then, I think Robin's right, and before that, if it's a relationship issues or anything you can do to address that. And I know that you probably have by the time you got to this. I don't think a district can file due process over this, it's not a team decision or recommendation. I do think what you can do is ask that parent, if they just don't trust you, if they're mad at that teacher and they don't trust the district, that might be an opportunity to talk to that parent about mediation and get somebody in that's not, doesn't have a vested interest in the outcome. And I say this a lot, I think it's a good tool, it could be a good tool, even if you don't have a positive outcome with it, it can help maybe with those relationships, and then you're getting to what Robin talked about. Remember, if it's a unilateral placement by the parent, keep the bricks and mortar IEP in place, do a PWN where you can offer. I get what you're saying, that realistically, for a student like this, there's not much we can offer, but document the best you can. And then through progress monitoring, like Robin said, then you're pulling the team back together. I mean, that's a good plan. And then continuing to work with the parent, and hopefully maybe if they try, they see the outcome, it doesn't benefit the student, their child. I know, but that's their choice as a parent. And if they meet those eligibility criteria for enrollment, that's the other thing. Do they really meet it? Without discriminating, there are eligibility criteria for them to be enrolled. Are they a student in good standing? However your district decides that, those can usually be excluded. Those are just some ideas I think on top of Robin's.
Okay.
Are you agreeing with me twice in one day?
No, I'm just acknowledging that you were talking.
Okay, yeah, there's definitely a difference in what is like legal, right? And then what's really happening. And yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. So.
Well, sorry, but I think you do PWN, that this is what we're offering and make them deny it. Because that way you at least have that groundwork, and then you can go back to the table and try, you know what I mean? But at least you have that paper trail that they've said.
But I think the denial is where it's not.
No, where they are denying, the parent is denying what you're offering.
I see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're
I see what you're
offering
saying.
this and
No.
they're saying, no, I don't want it. Yeah.
No, I agree. The team's determined the LRE, and you're documenting that. It's the parent's decision, right?
That's legally legally.
Well, we have agencies, districts that are trying to provide a FAPE in the virtual environment, regardless of whether it's in the best interest of the student or not. I know one in particular that has 125 virtual students, and they've decided that it's in the best interest of the students to try and provide as much as possible in that environment. That has led to a lot of stress on the part of the agency because they've had to hire additional staff. And because of where the students live, it's not easy to just call a meeting and have everybody come when they live 10, 12 counties away. Because it's one of those open enrollment situations. It's not a district boundary. So it becomes problematic in how you provide a FAPE in a virtual program when the student has no basic skills and you're trying to get them to practice those skills through a virtual opportunity curriculum when they can't access it unless they have speech to text, or they have a text to speech, or they have some other way to access it. So then it becomes problematic on the part of the district because they feel the child is not receiving a FAPE. And so they want the child to receive the FAPE because they care about the child. They want it in the brick and mortar. And then who's going to win that? So who ends up losing? The student. And so it's best to try and develop that relationship with your parents and figure out what is the real reason you want your child in a virtual program? Is it because of your work schedule? Because you don't want your child left at home to have to get on a bus? You know, what is the real reason why this is happening? And sometimes it takes the director and that parent sitting down, having a conversation absent of the team. I have found for the parent to really tell you what the real skinny is and what the concern is. It could be the staff person has been verbal with their child and they don't think that that staff person is a good fit for their child. So I just really feel like once you get to that level, if they're insisting it's going to be a virtual program, the child has significant disabilities. There are challenges here. Real challenges. So I understand that. And I don't think this is an easy solution. I don't think there is an easy solution. You just have to do the best you can. That's why we came out with the Q&A for virtual that basically said you offer the FAPE in brick and mortar, and if they put them in virtual, here's what we can offer in virtual. And it's not the same as it is in brick and mortar. This is not an easy, that's why we have Robin here. That's why we invited her to join us, because these are challenges that we have to face and address. And can some students, many students, most students be successful in a virtual program? Depends on who's providing it and what they're receiving in the form of curriculum and instruction. So how do you monitor that? I mean, I think of the program at Elkhart, and 1,200, 1,500 students are the one that's now in Longton with maybe 2,000 students, 125 IEPs. And they're everywhere. I mean, it's not like students right here. These students are everywhere. So even having an IEP meeting has to be virtual. So there's challenges. And I'm gonna leave it at that because we're challenged as an agency to try to find the best fit for where the rights end, and that's with the parent. But it also causes concerns for agencies who say that's not the fate. So I don't know that we're ever gonna get to an easy answer, but we need to continue to process it and to talk about it so that we can help our agencies to feel better about what they can do.
Yep, Brian.
Another resource for parents before even mediation, probably, if you've talked to them, you're still struggling, is Families Together. And they do real good work with parents. They'll talk to them, as everybody knows, all the staff at Families Together have children or grandchildren with disabilities, so they know it personally and professionally. And they really do a good job of working with parents, navigating that relationship. And Bert's right, I mean, this is ongoing. We've had the conversations internally because we're seeing the unintended consequences, and we know that parent replacing, we know sometimes it's students with discipline issues are pushed that direction. Then you've got attendance issues on the back end and just the progress in general Robin talked about. But Families Together does a really good job.
They really do. And one of the problems is when the district is having struggles with a child and they recommend the child move to virtual. I mean, they're basically trying to get rid of the student's problems by moving them rather than addressing the student's concerns. So now that we have this bill that they can participate in activities, that would be homeschooled students or students in virtual programs within their home community, and activities available for any activities the school sponsors. This is going to be a challenge for us to think about, because it opens the door for more students to want to be virtual because they'll get to participate in the homeschool activity.
And watch out for the athletics world.
Oh,
What, but I did not hear what you
the
said.
activities,
The athletics and activity, I mean, it's gonna, that's gonna go crazy.
But across the street, it's opened the door for parents to have the choice on where they want their child, whether it's appropriate or not. And we're then the ones trying to solve the problem of how to meet the needs of the child.
And they're pulling funding from us too. I'm just saying.
It will, it's an interesting life we live, isn't it? And public education.
That's all I have, for you. This is my contact information. And I've updated, thank you, Lena, I've updated my email. That's on there. So yeah, if there's any other, specific questions or, issues, I'd be happy to meet with you, later, or if you wanted to visit.
Thank you.
Yes.
And you, just for the record, you still have 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, I came in under the clock, all right. Dang, good deal, all right, Bosh. It wasn't too windy today.
All right, moving on to leadership team movements. So a couple of like just clerical things before we really get to what we need to do. One is this is actually my last meeting as the chair, so that's why I have to get my digs in where I can while I still have the floor. But we are having that meeting, our next meeting in June, not in July. So we want to have our new leadership in place for that June meeting, correct?
If that's what you want.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about. So that's what that's what this morning. So that's gonna be something we're gonna need to talk about. So just a reminder, the next meeting, and it's on the bottom here, but is on Tuesday, June 24th in the morning for half a day. And lunch will be provided. And there will not be one in July as typically held.
And normally we then would meet in September for our next
The second meeting.
opportunity.
Yeah, okay. The other thing I wanted to ask about, and I probably should have asked earlier, but I threw it on this section because I had the floor, but in the last meeting, we formed a committee. And I just didn't know if we had any update on said committee or any of that.
Committee for?
It had to do with the parent engagement survey, the question, that stuff.
There's no update, and we'll have an update in June.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Autumn asked about that earlier.
Okay. So then that brings us to, if we're gonna have our new leadership in place, I would be moving to past chair. Lena will be taking over as chair, but we would need to have a chair-elect. You?
No, no, thank
You just get your name from now on?
I mean, who's termed out?
Troy Pitch is the only one that turned out this year. We do have several members that will be recommending for a second term. But because they've already been appointed by the state board, I don't know that we have to have them reappointed. Because our bylaws just say that they're eligible for a second term. And that's based upon their interest to continue to serve. And we have a couple of those that will be contacting and move into second terms. We have quite a few people next year that will be either moving to a second term or leaving us. Because they will have had their 6 years. So is there anyone that wants to be chair? Do you want nominations now?
Yes, please, I would take nominations. I even heard the rumblings of a name earlier.
I'll be nominating Brooke Moore. Dr. Brooke Moore from Fort Hays State.
Do I hear any other nominations for chair-elect? Well, hearing none.
I'm seconding that nomination.
I have a first and a second for that nomination. Is there any discussion?
I've got a third.
I have a fourth.
We'll vote here in a second. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, thank you. I'm honored.
And then we shall vote for that. So I don't know if there's a poll for that, guessing not. So we will online get those. For those in the room, it has been first and seconded for Dr. Brooke Moore to serve as chair-elect starting this next in June 2025. If you're in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, online, Brandon, are you still online?
I saw a note that says she left.
We've got Jennifer online and Whitney
We have
Brandon.
Whitney,
Okay,
Jennifer.
Whitney, can I get your vote?
I agree. I agree.
Okay, agree. Jennifer King
I agree.
and Sean Smith.
He's not on.
It says he left now.
Okay, sorry. All right, so motion passes. Congratulations and welcome. And Marvin, thank you for your leadership.
He's got one more year
But leadership on the leadership side, as leadership able.
because he's leaving his past chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that's who you ask all the questions to.
Oh, I know.
All right, is there any other leadership team movements that, you know? Okay, so that concludes that section, which moves us into the ex officio reports. Leslie, are you online for Families Together?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
And am I able to share my screen, Joyce?
You should be able to.
You should be able to.
I have to stop sharing first.
Hold on just a second, Alicia will stop sharing.
Somebody has to allow. it.
Take your toys back.
Right, I'm attempting. I have stopped sharing.
Okay, are you guys seeing my screen now?
It's just about to come up. There
Yeah.
it is. We got it.
Okay, great. Well, hello. I'm sorry I'm not there with you, especially since I love tacos, anything that involves tacos. So I missed having that lunch with you. So I don't need to take long. You guys have seen this before, and I did send it to Joyce, and I'm hoping that she can send it out to you so that you can all take a look at it yourselves. So this covers our work between January and March of this year. Before I go into this, I will say I had our data person check into our virtual school numbers. So when folks are calling us with questions about virtual school while you guys were having that last discussion, the previous school year, so 23 to 24, we had a total of 47 calls about virtual schooling. And then as of today, coincidentally, it was 47, which is interesting to me that those numbers are the same, but we still have a couple of months in the school year. So looks like there's just a little bit of an uptick, but very similar. And just also thank you, KSDE, for putting together the Q&A related to virtual schools and for the presentation today. Okay, so back to this report. You guys have seen it before. You can see over here the pie chart about the individualized consultations and training that we do. And this little key down here describes for you the type of training it is. So if we're doing direct training in person or virtually, you'll see that in the orange there, just to kind of give you a sense of how much of it is, of what we do is training versus how much is the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and IEP mentor work, which is more that individualized consultations that we do with parents each day. And then the little sliver of also professional assistance, as well as the student work we're doing. If you look down at this other pie chart, it kind of lets you have a broader view of the work we're doing and who we're doing it with. The ethnicity breakdown and the age of the child, both of those are related to the child, of course. So again, giving you a sense of who we're serving. And then the primary disabilities, this, typically runs about the same. I'm looking, it did look like compared to last report that we had a bit of a jump in those that are calling in with a suspected disability, so maybe not identified yet. So doing a little bit more work with people that are in that process. But I mean, really, it stays fairly consistent from quarter to quarter. And then here's our contact content. So this talks about why people are calling. There are some new ones on the list this time. Those new ones are at the bottom, the suspension, expulsion, Medicaid, and care coordination. Some of the work we're doing with are related to health in particular, and then also some of the work we're doing with families that are needing, they're maybe involved with multiple systems and really needing a lot of support. I think that's where that care coordination comes in. So those three jumped into the top 20, which means that a few fell off, but you can see that the numbers stay fairly consistent on that when you compare them to each quarter. The education advocate numbers are down here at the bottom. Anyone has any questions about that, I'm happy to answer it. Like I say every time, it's a very busy program. You can see that they've processed, 90, because when you see those numbers, that means a student. All of these things represent students. So when they're processing things, that means they're working with an individual student. So they've had a few busy months. There has been a staff change on our education advocate team. So Lori Brown has moved off of that team and is now working with another grant that we have. And so we recently just added a new person, and that person is actually in Wichita. So kind of exciting, but a big change for us, coordinating that a little bit differently. But we think it's going to be really nice to have someone right in Wichita, because there are a lot of students that are being served by education advocates in that area. And then we always want to put a fun little video or resource or something for you in the report. So we're doing some partnering with a few different districts across the state on what we call the IE podcast. We received some funding through KDADS to do kind of a innovative project where we're giving youth the opportunity to have a different way to express their thoughts and their concerns and goals related to their IEP meetings. And the Kansas State School for the Blind is one of our partners, and they have been visiting each other. They, meaning our team and their team, have been meeting with one another at their location. And this picture is actually from our Kansas City office. And it's just a fun little clip of their first kind of introductory work to starting to think about the IEP podcast. I did connect with Brad just before I got on, and we are looking for one more school So if this sounds like something that you would like to hear more about, please reach out to me and I'll connect you with Brad. The schools and folks that we partner with receive some funding to purchase equipment and things that they need to do podcasting, and then it will come with some training and resources from the Kansas City team of Families Together. So if that piques anyone's interest, then please get in touch with me. And again, Joyce, if you could send this out to everybody, then everybody will have a copy.
That you would.
And then we have Chase Fest going on this weekend. I will say we're super excited about that. We have, I think, about 175 youth and their parents coming. And Laderick, what's his last name? I can't remember right now. But anyway, I know some of you have heard him speak, Laderick Horn. He is coming back to speak for us again this year. So super excited about the second annual Chase Fest, which is really focused on the youth in our program.
Awesome, thank you. Anything else for Leslie?
Hey, Leslie, this is Marvin Miller. I've got a question. We see these numbers for Ed Advocates up there. How many students do you have in your advocacy program or that you're serving here?
Yeah, that's a good question. I believe, and I'll get the exact number for you and put it in the chat, but if I'm remembering correctly, it's between 800 and 900 students. So I will check. And again, keeping in mind that some of these are very mobile. So, we may assign a student to an education advocate this month, and next month we're getting the call that child is moved. So they're being touched many times sometimes. But I will ask Brian right now to look that up for us.
And then Leslie, for the sake of the newer people in this group, how would you become an education advocate?
You would just need to attend one of our trainings, and we do typically, we need to do 8 for sure, but typically we do 9 or 10 trainings across the state. Some of those are in person and some are held virtually. I do know we have one coming up in June that will be virtual. That might be helpful for some folks. But yeah, you can just get on our Monday memo contact list, and that's probably the easiest way to stay up to date on all of our different events.
And how do we get on to your Monday?
I need to get everyone on there. I think I will double check. I've asked for you all to be put on in the past. So if you're not receiving that, maybe check your spam, but I will ask that the list be checked to make sure everybody is getting on that list.
Thanks, Leslie. No, we did not predetermine this conversation. So.
We didn't. Thanks for the questions.
Thank you. Next up is Ashley here for Casey.
He is not, but I have the updated.
Okay. We have meeting. I want to see what she put on her. Okay. Okay, so here's the Casey update. It looks like she put in some information about our awards. We try to give away the General Education Administrator Award at the USA Conference at the end of May. So we'll be reviewing those nominations soon. We just finished up our last Connecting with Casey virtual session for the year, and have a membership meeting coming up, and then we'll be ready for me to move on into a different role. So we'll be doing elections. Our president-elect is Angie Carricker from Hayesville, so she'll be taking over starting in July.
And we'll elect a president-elect coming up soon. Otherwise, we're just getting started for our planning for the 2026 conference, which will be again in Wichita, the brewery. And we're still working on our evaluation tool for special education leaders. That's one of our big projects that we'll hopefully be wrapping up in the next school year. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Lena. Next up, we have Mike Burgess with DRC.
Oh, hey, everybody. As typically I do this time of year, it's the recent time has been spent kind of or dominated by legislative things. Some, I guess, good news to report, because obviously there's a lot of things earlier and appreciated hearing that update. So just trying to fill in a couple of the gaps. We did end up with some additional waiver slots on the IDD waiver. It wasn't, we'd hoped to hit 500 to do kind of the second year of a 5-year plan to eliminate the waiting list. But we didn't get that, but they did add another 200. And so I think the other upside is that they reduced the cap. So last year they set a cap of 4,800 on that waiting list. With the 500 slots last year, along with some just additional cleanup and I guess I'm not sure what all went into it, but they ended up actually reducing the waiting list by more than 1,000 people. And they're in the process of doing another offer of 199. So we will be basically around 1,200 folks will have come off the waiting list. Part of that is, and I talked about this before, with the waiting list being so long, anyone and everyone has encouraged people to sign up early if they think their son or daughter might need services in 10 years from now. And so it's not surprising that people are signing up early. I think there's some other things going on as well, but the acceptance rate has been a little less than it had been historically over the last year. And I don't really have any good way to dive into that, but on the upside is that we are moving through the list faster than we normally would have. And so this year they reduced that cap down to 4,000. And so with this 199 coming off, plus the two, in the preparation for the 200 new slots, we hopefully will have that waiting list down. And keep in mind, it was a little more than 5,400, a little more than a year ago. And so reducing that to 4,000 is going to be, is huge progress. So we're still making good progress. We still have a lot of work to do. And again, transition looks totally different for many, many students with developmental disabilities, specifically if there is no waiting list. So we're continuing to advocate and work on that. And then there's a lot of additional work going on within KDADS as far as making changes or kind of, it's an IDD waiver modernization effort. And really the driver of that is to comply with the CMS had findings in Kansas after their 2023 visits for compliance for the final settings rule. And so Kansas is still in the process of crafting they developed a corrective action plan, and they're trying to now carry out that corrective action plan. And so that has led to an opportunity to significantly make progress in a number of areas within that system. Of course, any types of major changes like this, uncertainty is a challenge. And so they're looking at rates. We're moving to a new assessment tool they're going to do with the MFEI or MEFI and away from the basis. And the good thing there is it's a strengths-based assessment as opposed to a deficits-based assessment. And anyway, I've gone on for a long time and would be happy. Feel free if you have additional questions about all this stuff. It's taken a lot of my time because they've formed a lot of stakeholder groups. And so I've been spending roughly 8 hours a week for the past handful of weeks talking about the intricacies of each of these different plans of care, how we achieve conflict-free case management, down to the unbundling of day services, which will be great when it's all said and done, because we'll have a much better idea of what people are spending their day doing as opposed to just the providers billing day services. So anyways, that's gives you a little slice of some of the things that have been happening kind of policy wise at DRC and in the disability space in Kansas. And lots of other good things too, just not enough time to fill you in on everything.
Thank you, Mike. And thanks for all that work. That is awesome to see those numbers start to get down much lower anyways.
And
Yes, yep.
And what did you say, Joyce?
I'm sorry, Leslie had a post there.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Thank you, Leslie, for that information also. Next up, we have Melanie House from the Board of Ed. I know she was here at one point.
She had to go take care of something. She said she didn't really have much of a report.
Okay.
She was gonna try to make it back, but.
Okay, thank you. Then we have John Harding with Kansas School for the Blind. Did he leave also? Okay. And Luann Barron is ill, I believe. And Idalia Schumann was, I believe, is also ill. Okay. Well,
I'll as far as Miller, I just want to mention Jennifer Kurth is on our council, correct? And I know she's not here today, but if you saw a recent NPR article, yesterday, it mentioned her in an interview and talked about how Kansas is doing some good things with the unified credential, which SEAC had a large part in putting together a decade ago. So I just wanted to applaud her and applaud us, so.
sometimes we don't know the reach of our arms, so that's awesome. Any other announcements for the good of the cause? Okay, reminder meeting June 24th, half day AM in Wichita.
Conference for 2 days if you want to, but you don't have to.
And then a conference. With that, then we'll adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everybody, for coming.
You need a motion to adjourn?
Do we need a motion?
We can.
Yeah, I'll take a motion.
I'll make that motion. This is Lena.
I'll second it. This Autumn. Autumn, second. And first and seconded to adjourn. Does anybody have any discussion on not adjourning? All right, all those in the room in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Whitney, are you good with us adjourning?
I'm good with it.
Jennifer, are you good?
I'm good.
All right, awesome. We are adjourned. Make sure if you need to get your paperwork to Joyce that you do that.
I think I got it.
Did you know that you have it?
We could do it again. Take a time.
Yeah.
Library.
I will let it go.
Also, I have. So. any question I could I've been hours.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah, no, I'm good with that.
And so I have. So the night right yesterday, I was. I have 5. But I went home, sometimes.
I know it is.
And then she got so everything that I needed.
Can we turn off the sound?
Which person?
Yeah.